Bitch, I'ma go all the way up. They keep on calling my phone. No, they catching on the bus. I got it out of the mud, but I'ma go all the way up. Girl from the shore, taking me out of the world. Bitch, I'ma go all the way up. Nice guy with a cold shoulder. You be cool, but I don't know you. Wrote a flower and I'm off the potion. Give me superpowers that I won't stop. To the bank, roll on supermassive. Big bank for the space chatter. Way up in a squad NASA. Cup of filled with the dark magic. Subtle flex when I run a race. Tell these rap niggas eat my dust. Lil baddie after cellular. Talking like and I we set it up. I'm a sharpshooter, yeah, Will Smith. Call me Prince Park, let me freshen up. Bay boy on the level up. Way up, hit the nebulas. I'm never copping a chain. Cause I see it all through the frames. And I leave it all on the pages. Feeling like they want me locked in a cage. They want us all in the fake shit. But I'ma go all the way A with it. Cause I don't feel all the way safe here. Nah, spray the champagne, shower up in the air. Stunner goggles, what the fuck is a flute? Untamed and she guide off the goose. Ghost ride, bitch, I come through the roof. Fuck 12, cause they all on my tail. Hella wild and I break all the rules. Chill, bro, you out of line. Yeah, I know it's a mood. Bitch, I'ma go all the way up. They keep on calling my phone. They catching on to the buzz. I got it out of the mud, but I'ma go all the way up. Bad girl from the shore. She taking me out of this world, bitch. I'ma go all the way up. Got the baby spinning on my brain.
go time. What's going on, family? How you doing? Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Mr. Trev Smooth, Callie, KC, Ty from the Shy, Mr. Darwick McPherson, Aisha, Shantae, that's Mess Sweeney Pod, Andrea XX, and myself, Lapeef JL. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Chill.
What's going on, man? How y'all doing?
I'm doing good tonight.
Okay. It's good to see you guys, man. It's good that you guys are doing well. See if I get some light turned on up in here. Happy Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. Can you believe it? You know, a lot of y'all kids out of school tomorrow, right? For the folks that got kids. Yeah, y'all looking forward to that? What is it, a 4-day weekend? Okay.
Yeah, I'm on top of spring break.
Oh, on top of spring break. Oh, so they just decided to put it all together, huh?
Yeah, too many snow days.
I see what it's saying. Yeah. It is what it is, man. That's unfortunate, but those kiddos got to learn. Let's go ahead and check out and see what we got in the chat. What's going on? Tips and trips. That was good, everybody. Erica, how you doing, ma'am? Scorch Earth 824. Also a member. What's going on? Denzel Madison, Angela Swift, Carrie. I mean, not scary. Carrie. We also got Old Blindy. The Wheels in the house. What's going on? As you guys come in, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you mute in between, man. Somebody got some static. I don't know who it is. The Will 499 already at the gate says, is there going to be a John Wick Part 2 tonight? I don't know what you mean by that, but we shall see. The Will Philly in the building. That's good. Jacob Gallo, what's going on? If you are catching this on replay, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. We got an excellent show here for you guys. Why women are saying no to traditional roles. Why women are saying no to traditional roles. Do have a clip or some clips that I'm going to play. I got some questions, man. We're going to see if we can debunk this. I'll see if I can stall a little bit. Wait on Darwin. What's going on, Sweeney? You good? Just focus. Yeah. That's what are you doing? Sign language today? That's what Ray Charles used to do when you spoke to him. He did some shit, yeah. Okay, let me take that one off the books. That wasn't funny, Ty?
It was funny how he didn't respond to what you said.
Okay. I see what type of time we on today. I see what it's going to be.
It was laughing on the inside.
No, I go Trav with that bootleg internet again. Can you hear me, Trav?
I think so.
Okay, you back, man. Every now and then your stuff.
Did I go somewhere?
It did for a second, man, but I think we kind of used to it now, man. I just expect it so early this time, so I'm pretty sure you're able to troubleshoot it, man. I like that jacket. Was that a flight jacket?
Nah, that's more like a. I guess you could call it like a track jacket or whatever.
What is it, Nautica?
Nah, hell no. I don't even know.
It's Fat Farm, ain't it?
No, he said Fat Farm. Damn, he brought it back to the 90s.
Platinum Fubu on. That's what it is.
He said Fat Farm.
You got that platinum Fubu on. Yeah. Andrea, don't be so serious, man. It's okay to laugh at a couple of jokes, man.
I'm being nice.
Yeah, like I know you're sitting on your high horse, man, throne, but come off of it a little bit, have some fun with us. It's just a relaxed, safe environment. I promise you that.
Okay.
I promise you. All right, let me go ahead and play this clip. Let me check on Aisha. I see you with the Johnny Jackson hoop earrings on. You stand on cold today. I see you.
Hey everybody, what's up?
What's going on?
Out of all the women you that wear hoop rings, you choose Janet Jackson.
Right.
Okay, I see what side you on too, Darwin. Let me start.
What's wrong with Janet Jackson?
Let me go ahead and start creating this divide right now.
Jill Scott wear hoop earrings.
Would you rather be called Jill Scott or Janet Jackson?
I think they look lovely on you, Aisha. Don't let
I
them.
think all the black girls wear hoops. Like who don't
For
like a
sure.
good gold hoop? Right?
Hello, a hoop is.
I mean, I'd rather
necessity.
be labeled somebody close to looking like.
When those hoop earrings come out, that's when, you know.
All right, let's go ahead and run this clip, man. Let's go ahead and run this clip. Hit the like button again if you haven't already. What's going on, Mills 36? Who else we got? Yeah. Let's go ahead and run this clip and then we'll go ahead and get into it.
I want to look first at this idea of love, right? And I've seen you talk about this, write about this, that the traditional idea of love is damaging specifically for women. Why so?
The reason why I think that the traditional definition of love is damaging for women is because it involves us being self-sacrificial in order to prove our worth. And what I mean by us being self-sacrificial is you hear these stories of women saying that, I was close to finishing my degree and I was off to follow my dreams, and then I fell in love. And then he said, why don't we move countries? Because he's starting a new job on another continent. And I wanted to choose love. So I left my dreams behind in my country of origin and I moved to go stay with him so that I could help him to follow his dreams and I could be the good wife. And ends up becoming that, you stay in that for years and you're quietly resentful as a woman because the marriage wasn't really worth you upping and leaving your life for. And now you stopped your dreams to fulfill someone else's. And you're not even being appreciated. And it ends up being 9 times out of 10 that man is cheated anyway. And now you just feel really stupid and you feel like all that time has gone to waste and there's nothing you can do about it because you can't get that time back. That's something I see very commonly. Some people might argue like, oh, she talks about men too much. She talks about love too much. This is so repetitive. But the reality is women have lost their lives in pursuit of men. Women have given up their futures in pursuit of love. And I think we all need to really sit down and ask ourselves as individuals, like, what does love actually mean for me? And what in my life resembles that? Does the man I've chosen resemble the love that I want and deserve?
So
let's go ahead and kick it off, man. Why are women expected to sacrifice their dreams in the name of love? Why are women expected to sacrifice their dreams in the name of love? Go ahead and start with you first, Miss Casey.
I believe based on the traditional idea of love, women are expected to sacrifice themselves or their goals because as a woman, you're known to be the caretaker and the nurturer and the homemaker. So you're expected to take care of household duties rather than outwardly and worldly things, which would be having a job and degrees and things like that. You are expected to dedicate your life to your children in the traditional sense of love.
All right. Go ahead, Miss Aisha. Same question. Why are women expected to sacrifice their dreams in the name of love?
I don't know if it's in the name of love. I think that it's more of a sacrifice for your family. Like I know that she said love, but most of the time when women make that move or make that sacrifice, it's because of their family or them wanting to build a family. I think that we have moved way past love being it. I don't know what century she living in, but it takes more than love for someone to do those things. Mainly somebody wants to build with someone. They want to have a family. That is why people up and move to the other side of the world or the country. It's not simply, I fell in love. No, it's always a plan. I feel like most people I know have a vision. I mean, maybe when you're in your 20s or something, you do things like that. But once you are older and mature, I think that's outdated. Like, I feel like her perspective is very much so outdated. Like, people aren't doing that. And I feel like she's lying and she's like globalizing this idea that in fact isn't even true because nobody's doing that. I don't know anybody that's doing that. Not in my circle or not anybody that I know. I know people that make sacrifices for their family. And to me, that's well worth it. So that's how I feel.
All right, what about you, Mr. McPherson? Why are women expected to sacrifice their dreams in the name of love?
Honestly, looking at data, I don't think they're actually expected to do that because there's a high trend of women not doing that. I would argue that if you just walk up to a random man or a random woman and ask this question, they don't. That's not what they see going on. I think the expectation is, according to data right now and articles and experiments, women are not actually sacrificing their dreams for love. They're actually going full throttle, pedal to the metal for their dreams and expense of love, or completely avoiding the idea of building families. They're completely focused on that trajectory. So I think the expectation is not love. I don't think anybody right now today, and I think Aisha stated it firmly well, that I don't know what time zone she's living in or whoever's conjured up this type of question. But no, I don't have any expectations for personally, I don't expect women to sacrifice their dreams. Point blank.
Okay. You want to say something? Okay, Swing. Miss Andrea, XX, coming to you. Same question. Why are women expected to sacrifice their dreams in the name of love? And then we'll go to Trev.
I think that, okay, I feel like we're not having an honest conversation because I'm hearing, okay, let me just figure out how to say this without, okay.
Like, if you don't mind,
We live in a patriarchal system. We've been living in a patriarchal system our whole entire lives. All of history, especially like westernized history, women have never really, like, women have had actual suffrage movements to be like actually acknowledged in the workplace, in the political world. In general, we've been having to overprove ourselves. And so for us to be saying that we don't see that still being an issue in today's society, I think is dishonest. Like, I can respect others' opinions, but I feel like to some extent we're not being honest if we're saying we don't see the difference between men and women when it comes to like the family structure. Like, women have been sacrificing for centuries now. I'm just stop there, and I'm just say that. I'm sorry. Go.
Andrea, would you prefer? Hey, how y'all doing? Would you prefer if the men sacrificed and the woman followed their dreams and just took care of everybody in the family?
I think it's supposed to be a team effort, and I feel like a lot of the times there's like a disconnect or like an imbalance, and sometimes it doesn't always look or seem like it's like a team effort. Like, most of the time it's like a woman, it's like even for example, when we talk about celebrities and hot topics, or we talk about people in general, and we see a woman out having fun at a club or kicking it or whatever, and the things that they say, it's like, where's your kids? You're a bad mom. Where's your kids? Like, women can't even go out and have a nice day with their friends without someone being like, oh my God, girl, where are your kids? Da, 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 da. Like, I think Mama D was just talking about that in Atlanta, talk about like coming down on Bambi because she's like traveling and going on vacation and stuff like that. And she's like, where's your kids? Where's your kids? So people forget that it's a team effort. And yeah, to answer your question, yeah, I think it should be a team effort.
Go ahead, Tyler, like you wanted to ask a question.
I was going to say, I think that the question is wrong, right? Like, do people expect women to sacrifice their goals for love? I don't think it's an expectation necessarily from the outside. When the woman decides to make that choice, it becomes an expectation she puts on herself, that now I have to get rid of everything else that I want to do for my family. And I think the biggest problem, especially in Western
civilization in America specifically, is that we've pushed so much for this feminism movement and women being equal to men and us working as hard and wanting to be like them, that we've lost our natural roles, which is to be a nurturer and provider, which is why it's easier for a woman to decide to take care of her children, which is why it is easier for a woman in that specific situation, which I agree with Aisha usually doesn't happen. A woman deciding, okay, I'm going to move across countries for this man that I see a future with. When you're usually making that choice, is because you can see a bigger picture. You see something that's not only going to benefit you, but like Aisha was stating, also your family and what you want for your future. Now, in today's world, a lot of women are deciding to do the opposite. The expectation now is more so that a woman gets out there, grinds, does all the work, tries to make all the money, does the same thing that men do. I don't think it's the expectation nowadays that women have to sacrifice themselves for love or even for their families, because we've been shown time and time again that women are deciding not to do that women are going in the opposite direction. And if we actually do want to go deeper, the woman's choice to decide to go that route has directly impacted our families, specifically Black families, right? It's impacted our children, their growth, how successful they are in the future, the relationships they have with their fathers. All of that is being impacted because of our decision to chase a dream or to go after a goal or whatever, we feel we want to do in the moment to make ourselves happy. But I honestly feel like you can do all of that without a family. Once you decide to have children or get married or do any of those other things, now your expectations for yourself have to change because it's no longer about you. You have to sacrifice yourself for the family, just like, let's keep it a buck, the man sacrifices himself for the family. She brought up the fact that a man might cheat later, and that does happen. Let's keep it real. So do women. Women also cheat, but men sacrifice their time. They sacrifice going out and providing. If you have a good man who's going to be there, they're protecting you. They're making sure the family is okay. So when people decide to get together, we're both making a sacrifice. And it's not all, oh, woe is me as a woman. If that's not the life you want to live, don't live it. Nowadays, there's plenty of women deciding not to do it, but don't decide to do it and then say, oh, I had to sacrifice everything for love. That was your choice. You wanted those kids. You wanted a husband. You wanted this life. So yes, you're going to have to make some sacrifices. I think the problem nowadays is that women are getting so selfish and we just believe that everything should be about us. It's not. And you got to be okay with that, especially if you have a family.
I will add that I think the expectation do kind of dawns in when the women get to a specific age, because then she found herself becoming a statistic. And when I say statistic, what I mean is most women don't work long enough or consistent enough to be able to have any savings left or any retirement to be able to stop working. And I think what is the statistic is, I think it's nearly half of women aged 55 to 66 have no personal savings and end up relying on Social Security to survive. So I think you can kind of see the calm before the storm. And then you think to yourself, maybe I should kind of get out and probably try to find love. So I think the expectation comes maybe around when the time they hit the wall, or work fatigue, maybe having children out of wedlock, or unexpected births during sexual recklessness can cause them to that expectation to kind of dawn in at a later time.
Did you want to respond, Andrea, real quick before we go to Trev?
Okay. I think that, I don't know, it's a lot being said. So I don't think that it's selfish for women to have dreams and ambition and goals and to pursue them and focus on herself and her own personal life. I think that some people have families and it may not have really been what they wanted per se, but it may have been something that the society has told them they should want. And I think that to like almost crack down on feminism because women are advocating other women to pursue their goals and their dreams. I don't know. I just feel like it's a lot of negative talk about women pursuing their own independence and deciding to break barriers and not live a traditional lifestyle. I think to answer the question why women are saying no to traditional lifestyles, I think because they are stepping outside of the box and outside of their comfort zone and doing things that are not familiar to women in general because the way society has told women they should be acting. So I don't know. I think it's very healthy. I think all women should probably do more research into feminism and leaders in the feminist movement.
What negative statements are you hearing?
I didn't hear anything negative either. I was trying to figure out did somebody say anything negative?
I think it was
it's a
the
lot of
opposition to
opinions.
feminism.
Yeah, I think it's just I feel like the way that we're discussing it, everyone seems to sound like very critical and very
honest.
opinionated about women's
She has a habit of interpreting sound judgment and intellect as an attack or critique in a negative way. So just to be clear, nobody's saying anything negative. Go ahead, Ty.
I was going to say, Andrea, you said that you felt like we should do more research on the feminist movement.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to ask you, in doing your research on the feminist movement, was feminism created for Black women?
When it comes to feminism, I feel that it's more about the gender of just being a woman. And if you can relate to womanhood, then you can relate with one another.
Okay.
I think that
can a man be a feminist?
Has been around since the beginning of time. There's women in the Bible, even like people, there's women in the Bible who have done very bold and courageous things outside of like what they're,
what their roles were.
So yeah, so I just think that growing into your womanhood, because it takes, sometimes you have to grow, you have to learn yourself. And the more you learn yourself, things change. You start to look at things differently. Things that you would have probably looked at in your 20s, you see differently in your 30s. And I feel like before we get the time to actually go deep within and do our own thing and be enough for ourselves instead of looking at other things to validate us, I think we just got to give ourselves some time to do that. I think
so. The reason I asked that, right, is because I used to be heavy into feminism, especially teens, early 20s, until I actually started. Right. And I realized that, for one, feminism was not created for Black women. Let me tell you the reason why. Because Black women have always worked. We've always contributed to the household. We've always held some type of job, some type of position. It was created for white women so that they could feel equal to their white partners. We didn't have that problem. Okay. We were brought in as allies later to speak on behalf of the feminist movement. Now, have they pushed certain things that maybe we felt like we needed to do, like voting, things of that nature? Sure. Great. But when you think about the bigger picture, right? When you think about everything that women deal with on a day-to-day basis, and I'm specifically talking about Black women because everyone on here is a Black woman or a Black man, right? When you think about what we deal with, Black women deal with the most stress. We die young from having to handle a lot of things on our own. We have the most problem with our children. All of those can be directly, what do I want to say? It's a direct train or pathway.
Correlation.
Thank you for that. It's a direct correlation to feminism and what they have pushed on our community as what we see as us being independent. The reason why we're dying younger and we're so tired and we have no support and we get to a point where it's like you're so angry and upset all the time is because we're putting everything on our shoulders, saying, I want to be independent and this boss woman, but that's not your nature. You don't have to be. You can be. And that's my thing. I'm not saying that women that want that shouldn't go after that. You definitely should. But what I am saying is if you decide that you also want a family, then you're going to have to make those sacrifices. And I honestly am getting tired of women complaining about the sacrifice that you signed up for, because nobody made you have a child. Nobody made you get married. Nobody made you decide to be a partner. That's what you decided to do. And I know earlier you stated about the Bible, right? And the women in the Bible that were stepping out and doing things, they definitely did. But also in the Bible, it states that you need to learn to love to be a server. You have to be okay with serving others, with not always putting yourself first. And I think that is the biggest issue we have in our Western civilization when it comes to women. Period. Especially today. Like, we're forever focused on self, what I want, what makes me happy. Most women, I think it's about 70% of women file for divorce, right? And there are certain women that deal with abuse, that deal with habitual liars and cheaters, narcissism, all of that good stuff. But a lot of those women, a big chunk, leave their families, leave their husbands, put their children in worse situations because they were unhappy for a couple days or a couple months or a couple years. Why are they unhappy? Because they're tired of the mundane. They're tired of the day-to-day. They want something new and exciting.
And what statistic do you have to back that up, that women are getting divorced based upon their mundaneness or just they want something
not
more
being
exciting?
happy?
And then you also stated that they're leaving their children and
No. I said they are leaving their families.
They're
taking their
correct.
children and putting them in worse situations.
Yeah.
Because single motherhood, and you can also look this statistic up.
Mhm.
Anybody could Google this stuff,
Mhm.
right? Single motherhood gives your children a higher rate of them not being successful in life and them not having great relationships and them actually ending up in jail, not being as educated, having issues later on and having to figure all of this stuff out on their own because they didn't have a two-parent household. And this is even me speaking as a person who did not have a two-parent household. So not only am I speaking from things that I've actually experienced, but also from what's already documented. That's all I'm saying. Now, if you decide you don't want children, you don't want that, by all means, go crazy. Live for you every day. Live for you 100%. But the minute you decide that you're going to lay down with somebody or marry someone and you're going to bring another person into this world, it's no longer about just you. It's not.
And
every
so,
decision you make has to be about the betterment of your family, just like with that man. And I think that's what a lot of women don't see, right? Like, we feel like it's so much pressure on us, but you're not taking into consideration that there's even more pressure on the man because they take the burden of the entire family. Things go wrong, it's on them. It's not on us. They can't protect, it's on them. They can't provide, it's on them. So both parties are deciding to sacrifice, and both parties are willing participants in that decision to sacrifice, whether you know it or not, the minute you decide to get into that union and create a family. That's all I'm saying.
And so who's to say who's sacrificing more in that relationship? Because you said that men are sacrificing more. Who's to say who's sacrificing more in the relationship? Because you're saying that it falls back on men, but also when you're in a joint household and you have two parents, it falls back on both parties. Correct or incorrect?
That's not true.
Incorrect.
Because it falls back on the man. Because when you go through a divorce, the man is the one that's paying all of that money. The man has to leave his house.
In a traditional or a progressive household?
I'm talking about today. When the woman filed for a divorce, the man got to get up out of there and leave. The judge gonna be like, bye-bye. Okay, you have to go find you somewhere to stay. She gets to keep the house. She gets to keep the kids. She might get some alimony, some child support. The man is going to always make the bigger sacrifice. And I agree with Ty because I think that women do this thing where it's like really all about themselves. You know what I mean? Like it's like I feel like women don't even have a concept that the man, gets taken advantage of as well, right? Like the man makes sacrifices The same sacrifice the woman
Mhm.
makes in that relationship is the same sacrifice that the man makes. That's just how I
Mhm.
feel. There's no, oh, I made this sacrifice to be with you. He made a sacrifice to be with you too and support the family and lead and be your covering and all the things that we need a man for.
Mhm.
If you don't want to be in a relationship, if you don't want to have a family, be independent. But the moment you decide that you want to, because it's women that be like, I can do all of these things. You can to a certain extent. We don't make
Mhm.
money to where we can do all of these things. And as a woman, honestly, why would you want to? Like, when did it become cool to work hard? I don't even want to pump my
Mhm.
own ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't enjoy doing things like that. Like, so I'm like, when did it become so cool to be like super independent and oh, I can do all of this and I can pay my own bills and
Mhm.
I don't understand why that's so fun to y'all. Like, why do
So
y'all?
what happens when your man falters? What happens if your man gets sick? You're supposed to be a helpmate to your husband, and so you should always be willing and want to do
We're gonna
enough
always be
and
willing and
be,
able.
you know.
And a
I'm
good woman
listening.
will always be a helpmate.
Uh-huh.
They will always be there to help.
Mhm.
The role of us is to help. We are to assist. We take things in and we make it better. They give us a house, we make it
Mhm.
a home. They give us food, we make a meal. Like,
Mhm.
we elevate everything. But our goal is not to lay the foundation and build it from the ground up.
Mhm.
And that's what a lot of women are trying to do today. Y'all want to do it all together. And
I
that's
mean,
great. That's
as
great
women,
if
do
that's
you
what you
not feel
want to
as
do.
though you should have a foundation for your own life before finding a partner? Because
You already do.
I think the original point was speaking to traditional roles. And traditionally, women aren't going to work in providing and doing 50-50. They're not doing none of that, right? That's traditionally, if we're speaking in those terms. So with that being said, you're not adding to any foundation. You're not adding to anything else,
We didn't
What
correct?
did
say
you
anything
just say
about
about
traditional
50-50?
Hold on,
roles.
y'all. Hold on, y'all. Gotta let her finish.
I mean, the original question is about traditional roles. That's what I'm speaking towards.
The original question was, are women expected to sacrifice for love? It said nothing about the role having to be traditional.
No, the original question is why are women saying no to traditional roles?
Was that what you asked, Lapeef?
So the main topic is why women are saying no, and then one of the
Okay.
questions that I had in reference to that particular video was why are women expected to sacrifice their dreams in the name of
Mm-hmm.
love?
Okay. So that's why I got confused, because that was the question I was going off of from the
Mm-hmm.
video, not from the traditional role thing.
Mm-hmm.
But well, if we're
But I
talking
mean,
about the
it still
traditional
goes back
roles,
to the same basis of traditional roles within your household. Because if you're saying that's not your role as a woman, you were meant to do this as a woman, that
right?
speaks to traditional roles,
What were
correct?
the traditional roles of Black women?
The same traditional roles as any other woman.
No, that's not true.
What do you
We
False.
mean
always
by that?
work.
That's false.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I
white
mean, it
women did
might
not
depend on
work.
what you believe in.
It's not what you believe in. It's true.
Mm-hmm.
It's just history. Like, most Black women also had to work with their men, whether they were caretakers for somebody else's kids, whether they cleaned somebody's house, whether they did little stuff. We still went out and worked. So that's what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Like, our
But then
traditional,
that goes to speak to why did you say why would you want to?
why would you want to do all the work? Why do you want to do the heavy lifting is what we're saying. Why do you want to go out there and grit and try to climb all the way up the ladder and be the best of the best and pay
Mm-hmm.
all the bills on your own and hold everything down if you don't
Mm-hmm.
have to? Why?
But if we're talking about relationships, it would never be on your own, correct?
When you guys were talking about women being independent and
Mm-hmm.
wanting to chase after what they want to chase after, in
Mm-hmm.
comparison to them sacrificing those dreams for their family, my argument was that
Yeah.
you can chase whatever you want to chase by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But the minute you decide that you want a husband or you want children, whatever that is, you're going to have to sacrifice. That was my argument.
Mm-hmm.
You just, period. You have to. And you
I
have to be
agree.
okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, others may say, well, men don't have to make the same sacrifice because they're not built to make that same sacrifice. Their sacrifices are different than ours.
Mm-hmm.
They're supposed to go after their dreams. They're supposed to go as far as they possibly can and making money, providing and protecting. That is their
Mm-hmm.
role. That's not our role. That's
And
all
so
I'm saying.
how would you define your role as a woman?
My role as a woman is to be a helpmate.
Mm-hmm.
It's to be a nurturer and provider. I not only take care of myself, my children, but also my men. I make sure the house is good. I bring in what I can bring in, but I'm always here to assist. I'm never the leader. I'm never the one in charge making all the decisions.
That's why I asked
assist.
Andrea that. That's why I was asking Andrea the question, because I was curious if the women, like, you subscribe to feminism, right, Casey? Is that a fair assessment?
I don't claim to subscribe to anything.
Okay, well maybe you could answer this question from that lens.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I was asking her earlier, would you want the role to be reversed? Like, would you aspire to put all the work in and go out and sacrifice for your family, remove yourself from the home, and pay for everything happen for the family? Like, would you aspire to that? Is that something aspirational you would like?
I don't think it's necessarily about the roles being reversed. I think it's about the type of partnership that you have. And that was leading me into my next question. For you being a helpmate, would you be able to help with finances if you don't have any education in finance? Would you be able to help with paying bills if you don't have any education in paying bills? Would you be able to help in some of the things that your man does if you don't have any education or experience doing so?
I know plenty of women that pay their bills and have finance skills that didn't go to school for it. Going to school doesn't.
But I didn't say school. I said education.
To pay a bill, like
I didn't say school. I said
you
education.
don't need formal education to do any of those tasks that you just named.
Yeah,
okay?
But I didn't say formal education.
My grandmother got like 4 houses and she didn't have formal. Like, what are you talking about?
What do you mean, Casey, when you say education? Do you mean if you've never had any history of doing it on your own, would you be able to do it?
Or not even just doing it on your own, of doing it, period. If you're saying that you are to be a helpmate, it's very hard to, at the same time, while you're trying to get things done, teach somebody how to do it, right? So wouldn't you be a more beneficial helpmate to have some previous knowledge on how to do these things and how to keep a household running, how to keep finances in order? Because in terms of being a helpmate, you have to have some background. You can't just come and say, hey, I'm a nurturer and I'm a caretaker and that's my role as a woman and I can give birth to babies. And so I'm going to be the utmost, I'm going to be the best helpmate there is. Because that's where you deal with women, or men end up dealing with women that can't contribute much to their household.
Understand.
But again, why would you want to is your question.
No, my question isn't why would you. I feel like we're like going like this in conversation.
No, I'm just trying to understand.
No, I understand, and I'm hoping to give you clarity here, because no one is, especially nowadays, right? We don't go from high school to marriage.
I mean,
usually go
I
from
can't say that.
High school, maybe I'm talking about nowadays, today, 2025. You going from high school, maybe you go to college, maybe you go get a job. So you've had time literally in between where you've at least paid a few bills. You know how to do that. You had to manage some money. Maybe you know how to do that. But I don't think, right, that anyone is coming into these relationships blind, just totally oblivious to these things. The fact that I'm saying I'm a helpmate doesn't mean that I don't have experience doing these things on my own. What it says is that I don't want to do these things on my own for the rest of my life. I would love to just be a helper and that just be my role. And if there's a woman that wants to do all of that, then that's fine. But and also to that point, right, in not being educated in something before you do it. I'm a mom, okay?
Right.
I had a mom, she had a mom. Doesn't matter how many moms you run into. When you have that first baby, that's the first time you ever gonna do it, right? You have no education, ain't no book. You don't know what you're doing. It's just like when you're getting married. You might have had a relationship and you had other relationships, but this relationship is new. This marriage is new. You're going to learn as you go. So even though it might be daunting and a lot to teach someone, as you stated, as you're going, that's what you're going to have to do if they don't have experience in doing it. But when it comes to like finances and managing money, most people have already had to do that before they meet someone else.
And would you base that on just the Black culture or white culture, because I don't have statistics present, right? But oftentimes, other people of other races are trained to go to high school or go to have some college or whatever, but they're trained to get married and to go and find you a husband. And even still, they are still trained to go and pursue some type of education or have some understanding of how to handle a business and how to run businesses in other cultures. But based on Black culture, you're saying that, you know, we don't just jump out into the world and just get married right after high school. We go and work and we go and do this and we go and do that. That's what you're saying?
Well, I wasn't speaking specifically only about Black culture, but yes, for the most part, we are not trained to go and find a husband in school. I think it was like another podcast we was talking about where white women are literally trained, like they go to college to find their husband, right? We don't.
Yeah, rain before spring. It's a thing.
Yeah, we don't do that. We go to college to experience it and for education, right? So that's what I mean, where most Black women and men have already had experience on their own, managing something, having a job, having to take care of yourself. So you're never coming into a situation where we are just totally oblivious to what it means to help or to do something, right? We usually, if we're being honest, for myself, I've had a job since I was 13. So most of us have learned how to make money and manage some money, or at least have a little bit of it since we were young, even if we're not great with it, right? So it's never a situation where you're just jumping in and you don't know anything at all.
So with that,
hold on, Casey. I want to make sure we getting everybody else involved so we don't lose them. That's we got to get Sweeney and Trev in there. I think and Callie, they haven't answered the question yet, and we still got a lot of unpacking to do. So I guarantee you're gonna get you some talk time, all right? And you get to ask some questions. Sweeney or Trev, whichever one of y'all want to go first till Callie come back. I'll kick it off with another question.
Okay,
go ahead.
Are women expected to sacrifice? You have to think about, okay, expected by who? So are they expected to sacrifice? So if they get with a man and a man is with them, do we expect them to sacrifice for love and for family? Yes, we do. The question is, do they sacrifice? I think it might have been Ty. To her credit, she said that they sacrifice based on their own choices. It's not on the choice. It's not something men don't come, like they don't make sacrifice because a man comes in and tell them you need to sacrifice. They make sacrifices based off of, okay, I had a child and now I have to be a mother. Okay, I'm living on my own. Now I have to get a job. It's not, oh, they get with some man. Like very rare do you see an instance where a woman gets with a man and he says, I'm about to move across the country, or you come, like that's not a thing. Most people aren't doing that. So I think everybody is expected to sacrifice when shit hit the fan. Nobody on this planet can just go through life and there's no expectation for them to give up something to receive something, or give up something to their own detriment. That's how we operate. Let's see. What else did the lady say?
I think we're being very specific on what they're sacrificing. Yeah. I get what you're saying, Sweeney, that everybody is expected to sacrifice something. But who's expected to sacrifice the pursuit of their careers, pursuit of their dreams?
Well, I would say that if we were talking about the 1920s, 1930s, and 1940s, this would be a valid argument for women. Yes, I was expected to sacrifice my career and all of that. Today, no. In fact, y'all haven't been told to sacrifice y'all careers for the better part, for love or marriage or family, for 40 years. Nobody, especially Black women, nobody has told y'all to do that for 40 years. And whatever the reason may be, some of them said don't do it because men ain't shit. Some of them said don't do it because parenting ain't shit. Some people say don't do it because you ain't lived long enough. But there's a reason why they're telling people our women have been getting told to push marriage off and push children off for 40 years. Now they failed. They haven't really listened in the children department, but in the marriage department, y'all definitely listened and said, "Fuck, man, I'm not doing it until I get this, and this in order." The children, most children are unplanned. No, my bad. I'm lying. Half of children are unplanned. And I'm sure that their number is probably significantly higher amongst Black folks. So it ain't like we're going into this and she's saying, "Oh, I'm about to have a child and I need to sacrifice." It's unplanned. They all oopsie babies. And then responsibility kicks in. This ain't you and the man get together and y'all plan out a family and y'all figure out how to map out life. That ain't what it is. It's sex is always the first is the first thing, and all the responsibility and all of that is an afterthought. Oh shit, we got a kid now. That means I got to work more. Oh shit, we got a kid now. That means I got to take care of him. What can we afford daycare? Can we do this? Oh shit, I got to stay at home a little bit more. Damn, you got to work an extra 20 hours a week. Should we get married? I don't know. It's all an afterthought. But what is being pushed, what we're being told to do, is damn sure not sacrifice for family. That is not what we're being told to do. Y'all ain't been told that shit, and y'all probably actually have not been told that shit in almost 70 years. But for the last 40 years, y'all definitely been told you ain't got to sacrifice a damn thing, especially not for no man. Y'all are just recently starting to be told not to sacrifice for your own kids.
What would that even sound like? Sacrificing. Hey, women, this is how you sacrifice for your family and kids. How would that even sound?
So I'm really thinking about that. Like, who is actually expected to sacrifice, and when do we even see that? Like, in the age of daycare, women are at least claiming to be, more educated, earning more money than ever. So I'm trying to figure out where this is even happening, right? And it's definitely not a sacrifice for love. It's never been a sacrifice. Not now. Definitely not now. It's not a sacrifice for love. Nobody's doing that. People are deciding, hey, you know what? I want to have children. And if you look at this lady from the video, Shadira, right? She has a great disdain for men in general. I'm not sure how many of you guys are familiar with her, but she really doesn't like men. She's probably had some terrible experiences, and the people who are the most loud about this particular topic have had issues with men, whether they've had a poor example or no example of a man to see what the proper family structure looks like. And a lot of it just boils down to trust. I can understand if you haven't seen a good example of a man, why you probably wouldn't trust a man, but that's what it stems from. Even some of the questions we've heard just now. What if he gets hurt, or what if you die? Like, why are we going into it in bad faith? Why are we thinking that the worst is going to happen? We just simply can't trust our men. Is that what we're doing? Because that's what it all boils down to. That's why you want to compete, because you think you can do it better than he does. It's about playing your position, whatever that looks like. And even if you don't want to do that, there's nobody forcing you to. There's plenty of men who I know personally who both parents work. Like I said, we got daycare. What are we even talking about? We got nannies. What are we talking about? If y'all both get into the chicken, then you probably can handle that, right? So what is it that you're actually expected to sacrifice, other than the obvious, when you decide that you want to be a parent, right? Once you decide to be a parent, guess what? There's going to be choices and trade-offs. You're going to have to sacrifice something. You're a parent now, so it's beyond you. It's beyond your selfish needs. It's about the family. Guess what? It is about the family. And we can't forget, Todd made some great points about that as well. Men are absolutely sacrificing. You know how much shit I can't do anymore because I decided to have children? There's so much shit that I have to do now, and so much shit that I can't do anymore. And I knew that, and I've accepted that as my duty as a parent. So at some point, ladies included, we're going to have to become adults and understand that it's our duty. and stop being so damn selfish.
Trev, you know that year in review that pop up in photos, like in your photo album? My year in review looks so different from before I had my daughter to after. I was sitting there shaking my head like, what? How do you
Nah, that's real life.
this different in life?
Yeah.
I'm on the boat. Next thing you know, I'm in there with a bottle at the same sweatshirt. Like,
Casey, I would like to ask you a question. And I asked the ladies this last week, but this is specifically for you. So try to answer as quickly as possible so we don't get. What are the duties of men? And when I say duties, that means you can't get out of it. You have to do it.
I can't answer that. I'm not a man.
From your perspective, your expectations of a man, what is something like duties that men have to perform that they can't get out of without it being a problem?
I expect a man to live in his purpose, be a man of God. I mean, it's pretty simple, and I think it's common between men and women. I don't really differentiate between what the role of a man is and what the role of a woman is, because I think it's all a partnership. So I can't tell you what a man is supposed to do that you absolutely cannot get out of, because we live in a progressive society. If we are talking about traditionally, that would be a completely different conversation. And I think that overall, we've had a conversation about progressive realities, but the initial basis of this entire topic was about traditional love and traditional roles and traditional sacrifice from women. And so those were the points that I was speaking towards. Whether it happens still today or it doesn't, it was still, I think we can all agree that traditionally women were expected to sacrifice their careers and their jobs and their, goals for their household or for love, whichever way you want to put it. But to answer your question, I can't give you a definitive answer on what a man's role is or what men can't get out of. I can't give you a definitive role. Only a man could give you that based on his values.
Fair enough. Well, I'll be a little more direct with the question. Do you think our traditional role that a man can opt out of that unscathed? For example, protect, provide.
Oh, absolutely. Based upon this line of thinking that I think most people in the panel have had tonight, absolutely, because you have an option, you have a decision that you can make in this day and age of whether or not you want to have a family. And if you don't have a family, you don't have to protect and provide.
Well, no, obviously, yeah. If you don't have a family, that you can. I mean, when you do have a family, is there like once he gets with once he has a child, is he able to abstain from his duty without and come out unscathed?
In this day and age, absolutely, because there are a lot of men that are letting women lead their households. There are a lot of men that are letting women provide for them. There are a lot of men that are allowing women to take on those independent masculine roles, if you want to put it like that, to take care of the household. I don't think that there's anything that you can't escape today in this progressive society. It depends on your values.
Do you think those men are looked at as men? Largely?
I mean, they're men. The genetics say that they're a man, correct?
But you know what I mean by that.
Are they looked at as strong men, alpha men? It depends on their household and their partner. I can't define that.
Take the partner out of society. Do people, when you see a man that lets his woman take care of him, do you see him as a man?
Do I see him as a man?
Yeah.
I don't see him as my man.
Do you see him as a man?
Absolutely.
Do you think most men will also see him as a man?
I'm not a man to say.
Fellas, y'all would like to answer that question?
Most people probably not. Me, I would see him as a man. He's a man. It doesn't matter if he uses his wife as a resource magnet. I'd say she's a helpmeet. If I would say he's probably exercising his authority to the maximum. If he could sit on the throne, kick back and eat grapes, and send his wife out to the fields and pick all the fruit and hunt down all the animals and shit, I'm king.
So, he a lion for real, huh, darling?
I ain't gonna get mad at him.
Would you see him as a man?
You talking to me?
I really, really try not to take the label of man off of anyone, but I would not respect what he's doing. I'll say that, right? I would not respect what it is that he's doing at all. I think he would be corny for it, and I would look down upon it. We'll say that.
What about you, Em?
Yeah, I see him as a man because we run back to, is Oprah a better man than all of us?
No.
So if we use finance to equate to manhood, she
No,
would be a better man than us.
I said a man that is willing to let his woman do all the heavy lifting as far as
finance. Right. So I'm saying, like, if my wife was a neurosurgeon and she could make 600,000 and my degree only got me 50K, then I'll switch roles and it wouldn't change nothing within the household. I've been said this.
Do you think that's how society will view that?
They probably, in general, they won't say that shit to my face, but they might have a feeling about this shit.
I would say the majority of the society who took basic math and understood mathematical logic would be okay with it. A woman who's making 600,000 and a man who's making 50,000. The guy that's making 50,000 need to sit it down and tighten up the house. Shit, I wish I could find me a woman that's making 600,000 as a surgeon. Man, I'd be fucking. So I'd be a gym. I'd be a gym fanatic.
Sweeney,
all kinds of shit.
Sweeney, you kind of the way that you presented the question is coming out a bit different now, because you say he opting out of it, right? Now, if you
he opting
say
out,
that she's making 600,000, right, and the man is only making 50. That completely changes the scenario versus a man just opting out. When you say opting out, that means like, nah, fuck that. I'm cool. I'm not doing nothing. That's two different things. Which one were you talking about? Were you talking about his wife making a bunch of money already and him just saying, all right, I'll fall back and tighten up over here? Or are you saying that the dude just decided to relinquish his responsibilities and say, fuck it?
Responsibilities. His duty. It's traditional.
That's different.
Yeah,
he does nothing to offset it, right? You saying like he just let me just leech off her and not do nothing, not bring nothing else to the
opt out of it.
Yeah, that'll be looked at crazy. Yeah, in that scenario.
Like when a man, a man that would opt out of his traditional duty. Now obviously on the spectrum that goes like where you could say obviously a man that makes 45,000 can't provide and take care of the whole entire household bills, but he's still expected to go make some money. And if he says, hey, I'm quitting my job, I'm not doing this shit no more, do y'all think that, specifically Casey, do you think that man will be respected?
Absolutely. Because it depends on his reasoning for quitting his job.
He just doesn't want to do it anymore.
Maybe he has other ventures that he wants to pursue.
He want to be
What did you say?
He want to be a painter.
Let him
there's
paint.
money in that shit.
I mean, Picasso.
You gonna lose, Sweeney?
No.
Hey, Sweeney, just say he wants to be a couch potato. You gotta have to be specific, bro. Like you gotta be specific. He wants to be a couch potato. He wants to retire as a couch potato.
Even if you set it up like that, he can have goals or dreams or whatever, but he's still not gonna be seen as a man. He's still gonna be looked at as the same way he took. And if we being honest, that woman is gonna end up disrespecting him because you're a grown man. We have responsibilities, and just like I have to get up and go to work and go do what I need to do, you need to be doing the same thing. I don't care that you don't like your job. I don't like my job either. We're gonna keep doing it, and you can paint on the side. And if one of your pictures make it, then cool. But no, you can't just quit your job. No, he's not going to be viewed the same. No, he's not going to be seen as a man. I don't think anybody's being honest about this. Like, what are you talking about?
It's Tabitha Brown husband a man? Is Tabitha Brown husband a man?
Yes. Let me tell you why. Let me explain to you why. Because he held her down for over 20-something years while she chased her dream. He was already working. She retired him. All she's doing now is paying him back for the sacrifice that he made. But if you had a man that came in the door and he's making no sacrifice and he's just feeding off of you, he's not going to be seen as a man. He's another child now. He's somebody else I have to take care of.
On that specific example, we agreed, but we gave the caveat somewhere it would work and we would still say, yeah, like, don't see nothing wrong with it.
That's the problem though. Y'all started trying to throw in
Yeah, y'all throwing
other
extra stuff in.
right. The whole point I was trying to make, right, is that the duties that men have to society, to relationships, there is no opting out of that without full blown blowback. I mean, by almost 70 to 80% of the population would largely disagree with that man opting out of his responsibility, right? Now, but when you talk about the duties of a woman, like one, it's already hard to even establish what the duties of a woman is to a family. And then once you establish that, and then you tell her, can she opt out of it? We see in society women opt out of it all the time. When you say if we establish that a woman's duty is to cook and clean and serve her man, and then somebody says, well, what if he wants so if he held you to that standard, what if one day you don't feel like cleaning? What if you stop wanting to feel like cleaning up? And if he tried to hold her feet to the fire or leave her for that, or divorce her for that, or reprimand her for that, society would come down harder on him than they would come down on her for opting out of her duty. Whereas if you look at the inverse, society would come down harder on the man for opting out of his duty than they would on the woman that would be reprimanding him for it. Because wouldn't nobody get mad at a woman who comes out to the world and says, my husband decided to just quit his job and now he doesn't want to do anything. He's expecting me to pick up the slack for that. And I'm thinking that I might want to leave him. Most of society wouldn't go to that woman and say something's wrong with you. They would go to him and say something's wrong with him. Now flip that, and then a man comes out and says, now I know I work 60 hours a week, but my wife is saying that she doesn't want to cook anymore, and she would like for me to pick up the slack on that. And then he says, I'm about to leave my wife. A lot of men would probably agree with him, but majority of society would come down on him faster than they would come down on her for opting out of that duty. But largely, go ahead.
What?
Does that not speak to the sense of traditional roles and them still being upheld?
Well, no. So the while men want a traditional woman, sometimes we don't get one. And not only do we not get one, we get criticized if we complain about her not being one. Whereas women hardly ever get criticized for expecting a man to continue his traditional role.
Hold on, who you said we get critical?
I agree.
Society would look bad on us if we said we wanted to leave our stay-at-home wife. She decided she didn't want to cook and clean.
Yes.
No, they wouldn't.
Yeah, they would.
No. Society would be like, yo, you staying at home, you a provider, and your wife ain't cooking and cleaning. Yeah, society ain't gonna look bad at that. They're gonna be like, yeah, you should get you another wife.
No, they won't, bro. Not tell them
that. They're
not leave your wife. They would
go ahead. What does everybody think on the panel? What do y'all think? What would y'all say to?
We see it all the time.
If your brother came back and reported y'all and said, hey, look, my wife is a stay-at-home wife. She get everything she want. I pay all the bills and everything. She decides she didn't want to cook and clean. I'm ready to ditch that hoe. What would y'all say?
Go ahead,
do they got kids? And if not, yeah, I get it. Like, yeah, if you ain't got kids, I get it.
I would absolutely tell you to leave her because y'all are operating in traditional roles. But that's not everybody. The majority of society would still look at you bad. Me personally, I would not.
Well,
because
okay,
you're
why would they look
operating
at
in
me
traditional
bad?
sense.
Why would they look at me bad for wanting to leave a woman who is not useful?
Because that woman has sacrificed her life and her goals and her education and her career and everything else to be with you and take care of your kids and raise your children and to take care of your household.
So you're saying
now you're
society
looked
would
at
say
bad.
she sacrificed her life up until a certain point. Now society's going to justify that she's already retired for X amount of years. Now she's doubling retiring from any duties or any responsibilities in the household. You're going to say that her sacrifice warranted that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying overall, I think that would be the general consensus.
No, I mean, I want to believe you, but I've never heard of it anywhere.
You never
Never heard it in any articles, any takes, nothing.
Shit, all you gotta do is like go on social media. Women opt out of performing their duties all the time, and let a dude go up in these relationship groups complaining about his wife doing that. They're gonna say, "Are you helping?" Then maybe you should. Maybe she's tired. Maybe she doesn't. Maybe she's overwhelmed. Maybe you should try to help her out. It's never gonna.
Okay. So now that's different. Helping her, that's different than her just quitting completely, not doing it at all. And being tired is different because she's taking a break for a week or something or a month. That's different, but completely done with it all together. That's a whole nother monster that I've never heard of.
Yeah, a man would come into a group and say that, hey, my wife is saying that she doesn't want to cook and clean around the house anymore. She said that she's tired or what have you. And I work, he'd tell him how many hours he worked, and he would ask for advice. And most of the advice would be, to some extent, ways that he can contribute to alleviate her problem. Now flip that. Hold on, wait. Now flip.
What was her problem?
Whatever it may be, that her saying that she may be tired or something like that, right? Now flip that. And a man says, a woman comes into a group and says, hey, my husband is quitting his job because he's tired. He said that he's too tired and overwhelmed at work. The consensus would be that they wouldn't have no problem with her saying that she's ready to leave for the most part. Obviously, there are going to be people who would say, you know what I mean, who would try to encourage her to understand why. But for the most part, wouldn't nobody have a problem with her opting out of that relationship? Whereas if
how would you alleviate the problem that she's tired? How could a man come into that situation and say, okay, I figured out how to alleviate your problem of being tired of doing house duty?
They're gonna tell him.
How would he do that?
He got to do them for.
He gonna do them for.
How is he gonna do that when he has to work?
When he get home.
When he get home. Thank you, Todd. Thank you for coming through.
I was hoping y'all say.
People say though.
I was hoping y'all said hire a nanny or hire a cleaner or something like that.
They would say that too. But the quicker fix is you cook your own meal, clean your own dishes, wash your own clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now for me,
Darn, I'm with you. I agree with you. I was telling you.
I agree too.
I think us on this panel, I think Bruiser, Marcus, because we in this space, you would say that, right?
So what?
I'm talking about society. When you look at when people come out and make these type of complaints in real time, the overall consensus, if a man complains about his wife not performing her traditional duties, the conversation will be around what he can do to fix it. Whereas if a woman came in and complained about her husband not fulfilling his traditional roles, the general consensus will be it's okay for you to leave him. He's the problem.
So Sweeney, I say this. I think I seriously doubt it would be the overwhelming majority. I would agree that men would absolutely get more pushback than a woman would. We know that, but I don't think it's to the point where, I mean, like I said, in these spaces, we hear a lot of gripes and things like that, but in real life, I don't think that it's that deep where people are like, okay, yeah, well, if she's deemed useless, why would anyone in their right mind support that?
Who would deem her useless? That's the point.
So when we have this argument, though, when we have this conversation, can we go back to the original idea of that a woman sacrificing her goals and her career is outdated, or traditional roles are outdated, because we're still having this conversation and we can't all come to one conclusion?
Well,
how outdated?
I wouldn't say it's outdated. I would say it's desired or anything. There's a desire for a certain lifestyle, and the average guy really doesn't bring the lifestyle that the woman today, that would compel the woman to want to participate in a relationship, a traditional relationship, so to speak, if you can understand that. So like what's the average earning again, Sweeney?
It's like in the mid-50s, right? Yeah.
Mid-50s.
Yeah.
55K. So KC, let's just say that you earn 75,000, you financially stable on your own. You looking for a man that can provide. You run into I use myself. You run into me and I say, hey, look, I make about 10,000 shy of you, but I could be a provider. You know what I'm saying? You can set it down, but the lifestyle you're going to have is going to be downgraded. Are you willing to deal with that?
I would never downgrade my lifestyle for a man.
So it's not outdated. It's you have a standard now.
Exactly. But the idea of things being outdated was stemmed from the video of women sacrificing for traditional love or traditional relationships or what have you. And the general consensus was at first that, oh, that's outdated. Nobody asks women to sacrifice anything. Nobody asks women to be traditional. Nobody asks women to do this, that, and third. But it's still now a conversation of, oh, well, she should be cooking and cleaning if I'm working. Or, oh, it's still traditional in that sense. And if you consider yourself a progressive person, you should not expect your woman to cook and clean no matter how hard you work. And you shouldn't expect your man to provide no matter how much you cook and clean. You have to remove the traditional sense from it. Or you say that it is still occurring. You can't play both sides.
Well, you lost me on the fact that nobody asked. I think people still ask. I would say men. Well, you said nobody asks women to be traditional anymore.
No, I didn't say that nobody asks women to be traditional. That was the general consensus that women are not being asked to sacrifice anything anymore. That was the beginning argument.
Being asked is different than expecting to do it.
It's
almost like she's
semantics.
Her mentally predisposed to automatically have a default mentality to be a traditional woman. Is that expectation is outdated. But men asking women to still fill that role is not outdated.
But maybe Aisha or Ty can speak to this because based on what they said, that it was, Aisha said that the line of thinking was outdated. And Ty said that women are naturally, or women are made to sacrifice or to provide for their families, or not provide, but to nurture and care. That's how you're set up naturally. So maybe they can speak towards that question.
But the mentality is programmed to be different.
Exactly. Exactly. Biologically, we are set up to be nurturer and caretakers. That's why we
and I agree.
So Casey, let me ask you this: if you were a husband, right? Let's say you got a house, whatever. Do you feel it prudent for you to take out trash or no?
It depends on the roles that we have within the household.
Would you prefer to take out trash? So if you had a husband right now, you don't have an idea as to what you would expect. You would have to talk about it to say, all right, I do Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Fridays or whatever. Like, that's what you would do?
I think these become problematic conversations when we come in with expectations.
Right. So if you're driving on the road, right, and then y'all bust a flat and whatever, are you going to get out and change the tire? Or are you going to talk about it, or are you going to just expect him to do that?
You see, the thing about my basis of having an understanding and having an education, my man more than likely will take the lead on changing the tire. But me personally, I know how to change a tire if need be. And so that's where education and understanding comes in. And if you don't have any basis or you don't have any understanding, how can you be deemed to help me?
The question that was posed, though, was if you're in the car with your man, it doesn't matter if you know how to change the tire or take out the garbage. Is your expectation that if that tire goes flat, that he will fix it? Or are you hopping out with your wrench to go ahead and pump up the car and get it done?
I mean, these are all circumstantial questions. I don't answer questions like this.
Would you want him to change it or not?
I have AAA.
Oh my God, you're killing me. You're killing me.
We're not going to bait me into
it's not a bait. I just want you to answer a yes or no question. And I think that's another thing. Like, a lot of women like to go around questions. Just answer the question. If you're in the car with your man and your tire goes flat, do you expect him to change it? Yes or no? If you got AAA and you feel like you can do it, the answer could be no, or you do.
Yes, the answer is yes. I'll
I
answer.
expect the tire to get changed. That's what
Yeah.
I
So
would.
yes, you expect him to
Yeah.
change the tire. You expect him to take out the garbage. Like these are
But
things
let's
that
talk
we would
about if
just
he's not a
expect.
traditional man and he doesn't know how to change a tire, then what? Because
Then you
Probably
go
traditional
should
to
have
roles
other
took
don't
her.
options.
exist.
But that's your expectation, though. In the beginning, is that you would think he would know how to do it, or
But
that
we're
he's
talking
going to get
about
out.
me personally, and I'm talking objectively. We can't talk about me personally because we're talking about overall. And overall, what was stated was that traditional roles do not exist on either side. That's not even a real thing.
No, we're
Who
not saying that it's not
who
a real
said
thing.
that?
That was stated.
Nobody
That was
said
stated.
that. Nobody said that traditional roles no longer exist. Because there are people
Okay, well,
living
excuse me. Let
today
me
who
not
live
say
the traditional
traditional
role.
roles no longer exist. It's not traditional love is not a real thing because women are no longer being asked to sacrifice or give up their life and their goals. So traditional love is
Who
not.
said that women are no longer being asked?
They said,
Did
is the
Sweeney say that?
expectation that women, is
Uh-huh.
it the expectation that women
Y'all are
have to
gaslighting.
sacrifice for
Y'all are
love?
gaslighting her.
But that's still an
Y'all are gaslighting.
expectation.
How are we gaslighting her?
Look, I can't be
Now we just throwing
gaslit though.
out
That's the
words.
thing.
Okay, let me
Because I'm
try to
still going back to the
You heard it
origin.
correctly. They said that. You heard them correctly.
No,
Let's
let me
talk
try to
about
simplify it
it.
for you.
They're
Let me try to
gaslighting.
simplify it for you, Casey.
You're
Let's say you're an employee out on the job market. And you're open on to work, and I'm the hiring. I'm the boss. We're asking. Basically, what we're saying is we're asking you to do the job, fill the role, and do the task. But we have received patterns from the type of hiring your type. I'm just say that hiring your type. There's a history of hiring your type that you won't complete the task that you're supposed to, or you won't fill the role that you're supposed to fill. So we're asking you to fill the role, but we don't expect you to fulfill it. You get what I'm saying? We're asking you to fill the role, but we don't expect you to fulfill it based on history. You get what I'm saying? Based on the current statistics and data that we're represented with. Does that simplify it for you? So when you get to work, sometimes you might not fucking complete your task. Sometimes you might not even show up. Sometimes you might threaten to quit. You get what I'm saying?
No.
So we associate that with your employee type. You still don't get it, God?
No,
damn.
I need. Okay, so I
Hold
heard your
on. Yeah,
example. I heard
we
your
got to get
example.
Callie in there,
Now
y'all.
correlate it back to the topic.
Well, I thought that's what I did. So when I get a woman, I'm asking her to be a traditional in a relationship. I'm asking her to be a helpmeet. But once we get into the relationship, it's a bait and switch, or she's sometiming. She decided that she don't want to do it, and there's a trend going on with these particular women that's doing that. So we associate that with this type of women. We start to categorize women, and we start taking a risk when we get in relationships with them because we don't really know whether they're gonna stay down or they're gonna be consistent. So the expectations for them to be traditional is gone, but we're still asking for it because men typically still want and need it.
But again, like I said, it's dependent on the type of relationship you're looking for. If you deem yourself to be a progressive person and you have progressive views and you don't feel like your woman should sacrifice this, that, and third, or should cook and clean, then you don't subscribe to that traditional mindset.
Okay, who's on this? Who's made a statement saying that they're a progressive person or have progressive views on this panel?
Nobody has. And
Okay.
that is my point exactly, because nobody stated, oh, I'm a progressive person, but it's no such thing for women to be asked to sacrifice anymore. That's so outdated. That was 40 years ago. That was 70 years ago. But you still are expecting traditional roles within your relationship. It's not that outdated.
So you said nobody's coming in with progressive views.
I can't say that people aren't coming in with progressive views if you're deeming the idea of traditional love and women sacrificing their careers and their jobs as outdated. You must be thinking progressively, but based upon the
No,
extent of this conversation, it's been deemed that people are not thinking progressively and they still expect traditional roles to happen.
we're not
But you're
thinking
claiming that it's so outdated.
we're not thinking progressively.
Right.
Everything that we do, it's been the same. When we go out and work, when men go out and work and get careers, we're doing it for the sake of building a family and having a legacy in the future. When women go out and build careers, we can't really say the same for the most part. You get what I'm saying? It's starting to tip towards I'm going out to get a career for the sake of my own independence. But even amidst that, men are still trying their hand. Hey, look, I need you to get on my program. So we're not changing. Our mindset is still conservative. We're dealing with progressive people, but we still feel like we have the power and authority to sway the woman to get back in line.
So let me pose this question to you. Do you expect or would you ask or want your woman to sacrifice her career or her goals for the sake of your family to be able to provide, to nurture and care for your family? Would you ask your woman to do so? Yes.
You asking me personally?
Yes.
I have. I met my woman when she was on her psychology degree in college. She got a master's degree too. She was full throttle, pedal to metal to go on her own aspirations and dreams. And I came in and I said, I need you to get on my program. What I gotta do? Oh, you want hard pipe? Hard pipe. You want me to be a provider? Provider. You want me to come up with a game plan? I got you. There we go.
Okay, so
she had the progressive mindset. I still had the same mindset men always had.
Right. So you and I can both agree that you still would want your woman to sacrifice her career goals or some things in her own personal life for the betterment and the care of your family. That's still existing within your mindset in 2025.
Right. I would want her to use sound judgment that makes sense, make as much logical sense as you can by looking at data, biologically, all that. And it always point back to it's better to just get behind the man.
All right, y'all. We gotta get Callie in there. Callie, I got this question for you. We get the super chats, then I'll play the next clip, and then we get everybody else involved. Callie, the question for you is: are women expected to prove their worth in relationships through suffering?
Are women expected to prove their worth
in relationships
through suffering? Can you give an example, please? Because I'm like lost. How are we expected to prove our worth through how are we suffering in relationships? I mean, unless you cheat or like, you know what I mean? But most of the time, you know, when you find a man that is filling you, you're not really gonna have to sit there and suffer. I mean, you just do things. I think what people consider suffering is just doing what you need to do in a fucking relationship. It's work. It's work. Relationships are work. Work for men, work for women. Sometimes that work is hard, and sometimes that work is really fucking hard, but that's all it is. Just like with anything else in life. I can say the same about me going to, if I had a freaking knife, go out there, or, you know, it's just, I feel like people take any type of labor, any type of work as a like big, utterly thing when it's just like, this is what we need to do because it has to get done.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think people overcomplicate relationships. They may call it suffering, but it really is not suffering. All right, let me get to these super chats and we get to it. The Will 499, is there going to be read that one already? Thank you. Bruno with the $10 super chat. LD also, remember 499 at Sweeney. You met your match. Can't do that wordplay with KC. Sir Shot.
What the play was, it was a straight up question.
Sir Shot 87 $2 says, fellas, if she can't cook, she gets no protection. EKA $5 at Sweeney. That's incorrect. Society will F her up. They will tell you to get rid of her ass, bro. Your conclusion is factually incorrect.
Kenny lying his ass off.
EKA again. At KC it's not making any damn sense. Surshot 87 $2 says, how do you feel about if your girl is a pro gamer? AP accountability partner $50. Ikene, you partially correct, and Sweeney is partially correct. In the scenario Sweeney proposed, both the man and the woman would be ridiculed. A man leaving because she's not cooking and cleaning is insane, and that's Sweeney's point. And lastly, Mills $2 says, Callie, Fortnite or Mortal Kombat?
Mortal Kombat.
Nice ass. Okay. Thank everybody that's contributed to the platform. Hit the like button, y'all. I'm hearing the likes are low. We got 402 people watching, so we should at least have about 350 likes. Let's go ahead and keep this show moving. Here's the next clip, then we'll get into it. We'll get Shan. I'm coming to you first, Shan, so make sure you're paying attention. Don't lean up and say, what was the question? Don't do none of that. We coming to you first, and then we'll get Andrea in there. So, Andrea, you be ready too. Andrea, just answer the question directly. All right?
You say like what one man is building, another man has built. And it sounds so, oh man, but what about love? And it's like, I'm a woman, I don't have the time to wait. I'm not going to wait for a man because there are some people who have potential and they never see their potential through. And for women, we rarely benefit from that dice toss gamble of taking a chance on a man. It's almost like when you're in the airport and there's a conveyor belt you can walk on.
Yes.
I see the man as that. Like, he's not the destination, he's the conveyor belt. I can get there quicker with him. In fact, there are men who I meet who they thrive when they're in a position where they're being of service to a woman. I saw that happen recently in a conversation that came to the service about Nick Cannon and Mariah Carey, where Nick Cannon was expressing that during his period of being married to Mariah Carey, like she was high-flying and successful and had all the money, and she would express to him that all she wants from him is love. And so there were times when he would feel really embarrassed as a man because he's just holding the nappy bags and he doesn't really know what else he can do really because she's on tour and she's doing all the things and she's the breadwinner and he didn't feel useful. And even though I don't agree that people have to insert money into love to feel useful, this is how men see themselves. This is how patriarchy operates.
That's interesting. So you would imagine, you would say that that's one of the reasons for the demise of that relationship of Nick Cannon and Mariah Carey.
For sure.
Is it because
his manhood was impacted by her success?
I adore your ideas and your and I see what you do too. I think you're very clever. Is that it's like saggy boobs matter. It's like you will position something in a loud way, and the ignorant folks you just eat them up. Like you eat them up easily. Like it's like child's play. Like you eat them up. But then it causes, I think, healthy debate.
For sure.
And debate is what destroys ignorance, and that's what I love. Like so, I love that about your work. But now, is that about being a man, or is that someone who just has an issue with self-esteem? Is that someone who has an issue with self-worth? You know, is it about his manhood, or is it about self-esteem and ego?
Most men have an issue of self-esteem and ego because what men pride their manhood on, ironically, is their success, is their money, is the size of their dick. And as much as we spend time trying to encourage men to see themselves as a full, multidimensional human being, and we try to remind men that you're a person, it's okay to have feelings, it's okay to see yourself beyond the vessel you've been born into, they still insist on clinging onto those patriarchal ideas about themselves. And that's the prison that they have unfortunately locked themselves in. And they are happily wearing that key. They don't care to dismantle the structures anytime soon. So that's why we see that, you know, when a man finally comes into money, it's often the reason why the woman who he came up with, he leaves her and he goes for the women that he couldn't get while he was still with the woman who built him up to where he is.
I'm gonna stop it there and then I'll just play the rest of that a little bit, which is not too much more. But Shan, does patriarchy hurt men's self-esteem more than they admit?
Does it hurt them? I don't think it hurts their self-esteem. However, I do believe that if they're in a situation, as she put, I don't necessarily think it hurts their self-esteem, but it is an ego thing. For some will live in it and be happy with that.
But I do think that there are men who it is ego. If you like to be the head man in charge, you know, you don't want your woman. I mean, think about Nick Cannon. He has a name of his own, you know, and so to be asked to do something for somebody else is like, you know, I mean, any man in that position will probably feel the same exact way. But then there are other guys who are okay with it, right? There are other men who are like, you know, I don't mind having an Oprah. She does everything and I'll just sit in the background. Doesn't mean they're not doing their own thing. They just allow her to be who she is and they're okay with her flourishing and they step in the background. So I just think it depends on the men. I think it's so many men out here and they don't all think the same. They just don't. It just depends on the man you got. Yes, Sweeney. That's not true.
No, that wasn't what I was about to respond to.
Oh.
Like in Nick Cannon's particular situation, it wasn't just that his ego got in the way. Like he just woke up one day and said, "Man, I don't feel like a provider." He was getting clowned the whole time. That's like he was getting clowned the entire time.
Who's clowning Nick Cannon for bagging Mariah?
Everybody was clowning him for being the one that was carrying her purse. Matter of fact, if y'all think about it, y'all remember the picture with A$AP Rocky when they had her in front, he was walking behind her. A$AP Rocky got clowned for that. It wasn't. Society doesn't look at men as men when they're being the one that carries the purse, or they're the one carrying the bag. They don't look at them like that. So, ladies, credit. She's absolutely right that patriarchy gives men this feeling that this is how they shouldn't act. However, it wasn't just him internally feeling some type of way and then he changed. He was getting clowned the entire time by society, and it made him feel some type of way, and he felt worthless at the time. Now,
I was gonna say, so I agree with you that he was getting clowned at the time, but I feel like it was men that was doing the most clowning for him. And to the Mariah Carey example, I think there's another nuance that I wasn't in a relationship, so I wouldn't know exactly. But some women in positions of power like that may attempt to like belittle you. So it's potentially that she could have been belittling to him. But if that's not a factor, then I think it's insecurity on the man. Because if you tie your self-worth and identity to your profession or however much money you have, once you remove that, you don't feel like a man, and then you can start acting in all these different type of ways. So I agree with the lady. Like for instance, when it came to like basketball or something, right? A lot of people put their entire identity into basketball, and my coach them used to be mad at me because I didn't like wearing the team clothes. Like I wanted to be an individual and stand on my own as a man. However small that might have seemed to them that was a big deal because they wanted you to always appear to be one unit. My thought process was basketball is a aspect, a compartmentalized perspective of my life. It's not my entire entity. I'm still him to myself outside of this specific thing. Or I'm still him outside of how much money I have. Or I'm still him outside of how much money I don't have. My self-esteem is set up in a way that I wouldn't have had an issue with Mariah Carey unless she was being disrespectful with the stuff she was saying, which is why I used the Oprah example. Like a woman can't belittle me just by being successful. If anything, I'm happy for her. Like, go ahead and win. It's going to come back. Now, when you try and revert the way that we interact with each other into she becomes dominant and tries to force you into a submission, I'm not going for that, right? But I don't think that that's necessarily equates to a woman making money. I think that relates to how much respect that woman has. But
and Sweeney, real fast, let's just be real. Nick Cannon is no stranger to being clowned. Before he even got with Mariah, y'all be clowning him by his music. I don't think it had anything to do with being clowned.
He even said it. He even said it. But he never said he never said that she did anything to make him feel that way. He's never said that she disrespected him. But he did feel emasculated by the public, and he was even getting clowned on the show. Now he started taking it in stride after the divorce and everything like that, but that definitely played a factor in how he was viewing himself. Like he felt like the guy that was following behind a woman, like his career was falling apart, like he wasn't that dude and all of that. He was just Mariah's boy toy. That's how he felt. because that's what everybody treated them like, specifically the men. I'm going to be honest with you, it was us. Because we don't look at men who walk around carrying their woman's purses as men. We look at them like, oh man, you out here, man. You instead of looking at them as Nick Cannon, we looked at them as Mariah's husband. And that can make a man feel some type of way when your identity is completely tied to your woman and you ain't being seen as yourself. So yeah.
So y'all
Was
saying
he
the
actually carrying a physical
patriarch ruined his marriage?
He was carrying like the diaper bag or some shit like that.
Oh, I carried a diaper bag. This is my kids.
So y'all saying the patriarch ruined his marriage? Is that what it is? The patriarchy ruined Nick Cannon's marriage with Mariah Carey? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Potentially. Potentially.
Let's get Andre in that too to answer that question. Andre, how you feeling about that? What Bruiser just asked?
I think that I really want to give a comment about the video clip that we was watching too. I don't really know how to answer his question. Can I talk about the clip that we watched?
Yeah. I mean, she did bring up Nick Cannon in a clip too. So then a question that I did ask, which you could use Nick Cannon as an example, is does patriarchy hurt men's self-esteem more than they admit?
I think that it does. I think that it does hurt their ego and their self-esteem, because like how some of the guys are saying, like most of the ridicule and criticism was coming from their like men. So it's not like women was like even when it comes to like men doing nice things for women, like people call them simps and stuff like that. So it's like they have to be willing to unlearn the things that they have been conditioned to believe when it comes to what they attach to manhood. So I totally agree with what she was saying. I mean, even when we talk about, like, I know we've had conversations about men showing emotion. Like, we've had that kind of topic on the panel, and like people were like offended or felt away, like when women are saying it's okay for you to cry or to show emotion. Like, I don't know. It's like they almost feel like someone's attacking their manhood because they're saying that. So I do think, to an extent, patriarchy does play a pivotal role in why the relationship fell apart.
No, I would agree with definitely next year.
But Nick Cannon hasn't settled down since Mariah. I mean, like, if it was that bad, like it was that bad, like that bad that you just haven't found another Mariah and tried again.
I think that I think Nick Cannon probably has like some codependency issues too. Like I like that's why I thought it was interesting what the guy was saying, because a lot of that has a lot to do with like being imbalanced with how you look at yourself. So I guess you could say that's self-esteem at the same time, because he's not really able, like even just the conversation he had with Dr. Bryant, like that interview he had with Dr. Bryant, and he was like saying the things that he was saying. Like I think that he really needs, I think he got a lot going on. Like I think he got some unresolved trauma and stuff that he's not really acknowledging, to be honest.
Or maybe he just gave up. He was just like, you know what, this whole single woman thing ain't for me. You know, there's too many accusations going around, so that's why he, you know, decides to have what he has. And I think that, like, I don't know. I just feel like if that were the case, then more relationships would be failing because of certain things. I think we got to hold people accountable. And this, I wanted to say this earlier, but when it got to me, the conversation had changed. We got to start, like, if you're a man and you decide to do something else, you're still a man. Like, you're just as accountable as if a woman were to not uphold her duties or whatever that you guys claim, or whatever the case may be. Just like you hold them to standards, you got to hold these guys to standards too. What happened was he saw some stuff on the internet. The internet can be crucial, and he didn't like it. And he got upset, and I don't know, maybe it did hurt his ego. Maybe he did have that stuff, but that's no excuse for you to just be like, I don't know. I just feel like it was more of he fell into the pressure of what people were saying.
So what do we do know instead of assuming? We said that he felt overshadowed. He felt like he was the lesser. Felt like he was Mariah Carey's man, not Nick Cannon.
I feel like that.
What about the dynamics of the relationship?
Well, I think it goes into what Callie is saying now. We know that because of that relationship, he's never gotten married again. We know that because of that relationship and maybe society's impact and perspective on that relationship, it made him feel less than, regardless of the accomplishments that he has. And
But what did she make him
because of
feel?
that,
What I'm asking is,
well, he never said anything about what she made him feel. It's about what the situation and how people perceived it made
because what
him
I'm trying to
feel.
do is paint the picture of the outside sees me as Mariah's man,
Right.
but inside of the house, Mariah sees me as the king.
As the
I'm
king, right?
wondering if that happened. If it can we confirm that that happened or not happen?
We can't confirm or deny because
I think that. So I watch Mariah's reality show. She can be a little smothering with her relationships. To be all honest, I could see it. Maybe she seems like the clingy type. Like she likes you to follow. Did y'all watch that?
He said he
No,
wanted.
and that's why I'm trying to
on,
ask.
Andrea,
Sort of,
what
I
you
think what you're
saying?
trying to
What you saying?
explain, Shan, is what I'm asking.
I'm saying he literally said that he would go. He wants to be back with her. Like he said in an interview that he regrets leaving that marriage. So it's obviously like if he's looking back and reflecting back on the marriage and realizing that he wants to be back there, I don't think it was something that she was doing per se.
Right. So I think it's more internal, like Callie was stating. It's more, and what Andrea was saying, it's more about him and how that situation made him feel based off of other people's perspective, which plays into how he lives his life now. Now he's able to have, or he's showing that now I don't have to be connected to anybody, right? I got the highest of the highest as far as like power and prestige and money, because I have all these different women in all these different places, and I'm not going to settle down with anyone. So now no one can say that he's not the man or not that guy, because he's overly proving it.
So we're just assuming that he wasn't on the throne inside of the house. We know society didn't see him on the throne outside of the house, looking through the window. But
we never
we're also
assumed that
saying he wasn't on the throne. He wasn't treated like a king by Mariah.
We never said that, darling.
Okay, so that's still up in the air though.
Andrea just said that in the interview. He said that he would go back to Mariah, which clearly means that he loved her and felt respected by her, and that it was right.
I don't think it clearly means that. I get why Andrea's saying that, but I don't think it clearly means that, especially when Shan just stated that she watched Mariah's podcast.
No, she said she watched her reality show and that Mariah was smothering with her love, which means that she's overly loved. She's attached to you. So she's probably doing anything and everything to please and be there for her man.
So I can see why. So
there's no wrong with that.
Her show, her day to day, it was a whole series. I can see that it would be a bit much for the average. Like it's a catering type of situation. You guys should watch it. It's really good though. But she's very, but she loves hard. Like she gives her all, right? But understand that it's Mariah Carey. So if you guys are together, you're probably gonna be moving along with her because she's moving a lot. And so I can see him saying, I'm losing myself in this. I have to go, I can see that possibly.
He felt like he lost his hustle.
Because sometimes you could be so into a relationship that you
lose yourself. Just like Common said with Erykah Badu, he said he had to leave her because he was literally losing himself in her.
He sure did.
All right, let me just play the rest of this clip right quick.
A man comes into money, the first thing he does is covers himself in flashy things to attract women who are drawn to men who represent success. Because what people refer to as like gold diggers and women who only want to be around successful men, it's not about being drawn to success on the surface. It's about being drawn to safety and recognizing that financial safety is important. Your financial status reflects the quality of your life. And I think that there are components that we refuse to acknowledge, and we'd rather just say that, that's just an isolated issue, when this is patriarchy. This is misogyny. This is the idea that a woman can be big, but not too big, because if you're too big, you're going to overshadow the man. You want to still give him room to feel like he's doing something. But then you don't want to give that man too much power where he feels like he can control you. Dating is not mandatory to live a full life. Dating is a choice. So if you're making certain choices, it's important to interrogate those choices. I know a lot of women make jokes, including myself, like, oh my God, I didn't choose to be straight. But we can choose who we date, though.
True. This is true. So if you look throughout the history, I'm with you. Marriage, very pragmatic. It was about safety, in particular for the woman, which, by the way, in many metropolitan areas around the world, women are out earning men.
For sure, especially with this influencer boom.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and people like to get on OnlyFans. Like, I mean, it is absolutely, and so you could see women out earning men at a certain point, women out educating men. You're seeing this happening, right? Then having more assets, etc. So you could see a point where, in terms of the economics of the world,
yes,
there's a balance, right? Which I think you and I, we want this, right? Okay. Yes.
All right. Anybody can respond, but the question I put out there is, do men feel ashamed when they can't provide?
That's the question you got from that clip?
No, it was it was a series of questions that I had.
I thought you would have said something like, do women see flashiness or as a safety indicators or success indicators? Because that, I don't know if anybody else was listening to it, but that kind of stuck out to me. I see a lot of guys here in Atlanta, they wearing these Gucci shades, Louis V, Cuban links. I don't know if the women are looking at them as safety indicators. And I could ask the women on the panel.
That's a red flag. Because
nobody flashy.
No, listen. It's always the flashiest ones that are dead broke. All that money was from a payday loan.
Yes.
Or, pawning something off.
That PPP
loan. Damn.
If you really got money, you're going to be driving a Honda Civic, 1999.
Or a Toyota
getting
Camry.
your shirts from Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got money.
A Lincoln Navigator.
Yeah, Listen, just the more you're just not only are you a walking red flag, you're a walking target. Like,
I feel
even
like
celebrities don't walk around with their real jewelry. Majority of them
call it hood rich. Like you like,
yeah. I feel like she was explaining a man who, what we would call him like lame, like from Chicago, right? Like they had no swag, they had no, like what Marcus was saying, they had no sense of self before they got money. And so now that they have money, they're trying to create this persona that they are the guy now because they have it. So they're going above and beyond to prove to outside people that they are that person. But to women who have sense, I feel, and I'm not going to say that because that sounded mean. To women who are not drawn by flashy things, it'll automatically make me think you don't have anything.
And there's a difference between flash and class. Like a man will know how to dress. Let me tell you. And half the time, the way the things he wears, like they will be top name brands, but you won't know that.
You won't know
because only a certain amount of men have access to this particular suit. Because only a certain amount of men have this mentality to be able to work. So it's just, you could tell a lot about a person by the way they dress. Let me just say that.
So y'all telling me that a Cuban link don't get y'all coochie wet?
Nah.
No.
Because it could be
a certain type of woman
on a tomato. I don't care.
Yes,
tomato ain't
let's
gonna
be clear. To certain women, it does.
Marcus
right? It just
correct.
depends
Certain
on the woman.
women. Yes, certain
It depends on the woman. But you know what really turns a woman on? When you open that door. You know what I mean? You know what really turns a woman on? When the dishes are done when we came home. What really gets their panties wet? Ooh, when you tell us.
You sound like a sucker.
Yeah, or when you want even more? Like you guys are mad. Like
when you take care of my
where does it end? When he opens his legs?
When you're able to take that aggression and put it in a different way towards a woman instead of like combative way, but you're able to seduce her with that. That's the stuff that really is like, okay, so
y'all know what's
now that part I agree with you on.
Andre over there like when you tie a nigga up, suck him off.
Right. Andre wasn't talking about. That's what gets us. But I tell you, that is what.
I totally agree with her. I feel like sometimes we be having these kind of conversations and You don't have to, you will not have to ask a woman to be like a traditional care provider if you just do those things that really matter. Like, it won't feel like you're asking. Women, we will just want to do things for you. Like, if you can't cook, then I can cook. And it's because you want to, not because it's like a duty, but it's because you genuinely want to, because he's taking little details like opening the door for you, doing
car maintenance.
Car maintenance.
It's the details. Women are very detail oriented. It's the
And
little tiny details.
I
You
will
just
go
do
back
the little tiny stuff, and
I'll go back to the beginning of the conversation. To Andrea's point, a woman will naturally fall into her role, right? Like in that nurturing and providing and being a helpmate, if that man is showing up in that way, in the way that that specific woman needs, right? Because it's different for every woman. But if you're already doing that, a woman is naturally going to fall into that role.
But everything she mentioned wasn't a natural providing, like wasn't a natural role of a man. They talk like cooking, the little details in cooking, the little details in cleaning the dishes when she doesn't expect it, and all that other shit.
No, the thing she said was that I keyed in on. She said when you able to turn your aggression or your masculinity and dominance into seduction versus argumentative and nitpicking. I think that's probably the key to like sexual attraction. Like being masculine in a way that's dominant, but it's not like naggy. Because that nitpicking shit, it's from a distance, it damn near look like how women when they be nagging and nitpicking. Like that shit, don't nobody want to be nitpicked and nag. Now you can assert yourself in a way that turn her on. Like, hey, no, sit down, shorty. That's not how that's gonna go. And that can go away if you just you come off kind of like.
I think I know what you mean, Marcus.
Yeah.
Y'all talking about using
Okay.
aggression as a way to turn you on, to get to, so like sort of like, give me that pussy.
Yeah,
Right.
100%.
So Darwin,
a
when
little bit more better.
Darwin, when you
effort.
there was Darwin, you were saying earlier that you would try to sway a woman. I think that's a horrible idea. I'll say why. Because as some of the ladies mentioned a little earlier, like women, they naturally fall into your program if you are a man that they are attracted to, right? So you can't really convince women to do anything. I think that you should never try to convince a woman to do anything, right? So if it's a woman that doesn't do things that you like and isn't the way that you are, there's enough women to choose from where you could just find somebody who is attracted to you enough to naturally do these things for you. When you try to sway women, you're going to end up with a really horrible situation, because if they're playing into that, then it's likely that they're not going to be able to be consistent with that. They won't be able to sustain that type of energy. So I think your best bet is to just find women who already do what you like, right? And if there's certain things women are going to be attracted to, they just told you a lot of things that they're attracted to, and it's going to be most of you. That flashy thing, it works for certain women for what you're trying to do. Nothing sustainable, right? But a lot of dudes do that, and I'll tell you why they do that. I did that shit before, but I knew what I was looking for at the time. I was trying to get it in real quick, and females are attracted to shiny things, right? A lot of women know better not to act on it, but women see it and they be like, oh, all right. And you might look a certain way, and they'll some of them won't react to that because they'll know better from past experiences, but they'll like it. Especially the young ones, they'll see that, and you'll be able to get a jump off here and there. But are you going to try to build a wife from somebody who is attracted to those things? Probably not.
But so why do we act like men only have one way of showing their money? Men don't only show that
we don't.
Exactly. Men know exactly how to peacock when it comes to showing that a woman how much he earns. And it ain't always he shows up with a Cuban link with flashy jewelry on in the middle of a club. That's just one way that men show that they have money. Men show a number of ways. And if you ask any man, money makes a whole lot of shit a whole lot easier than being broke. We know that money
Right.
can
Right.
change. So why are we pretending that men don't know how to use money to get what they want?
A
Or at
lot of
least-
men don't, Sweeney. A lot of men don't, Sweeney. I give you an example. Like, you remember so you know the dude on Pop the Balloon, Mozzie, who had all the chains and shit, and
Yeah,
was like
he was
on the
faking.
private jet?
He had the stage private jet.
Yeah, and all of that.
Yeah.
That example probably would turn most women off outside of that. But you put him in a club setting in that same attire,
It's up. It's up.
So
Right.
like to Trey's point, like when you play the I'm a flash shit in your face game, the women you're gonna attract usually more so are flings. Like that's some one night stand shit at the club. The woman that's looking for, like to your point, Sweeney, about like having something that's more subtle, like being more quietly, you're able to do things. Like you don't have to sit there and say, yeah, look, I got a Gucci shirt on. Woo, woo. It's just you dress nicely and you could tell that you look like you know what I'm saying, you put some thought into that, and it don't have to be the most expensive, but the way you live your life with all, like, it all comes like subtlety, right? It all comes in subtlety.
But that's what I'm saying though. Like he's just one. He's the example of the flashy type. It works in certain settings, and then when you want a different result, it works. You got to do it in a different way. He obviously, I mean, let's be real here. Pop the Balloon ain't the best place to evaluate the type of women that we saw on there. But you just said it. If he was in a different setting, he would have been on go. He wouldn't have had no problem pulling some chicks in certain settings. I'm talking about we know that men know how to show that they have money in different ways and be able to provide that and exude that without it looking corny. Like a dude that's generous. They talk about men that are generous. And I don't mean generous as in he's trying to pay everything or like just throwing his money around, but like, don't worry about that. I got that.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But physical attraction is also a big thing too. Like women love, like if a man is fine, he's fine. So he doesn't necessarily have to wear all the glitz, the glamour, because there are men that will be in the freaking work clothes and we're like, oh god damn, you know. So it's just like it's not really needed to be honest.
That's just the man showing that he's a hardworking man.
I think that
exactly.
That's still him showing. Peacock is saying, "Look,
that's my favorite type."
All right, so we're gonna try to move it around a little bit.
Oh, bro, let me respond to what you said to me, bro.
All right, go ahead.
Said,
then right after you, we're gonna get Casey and Ty in there. Go ahead.
I think you reference what I use. I think sway. I think you said I swayed
did.
the woman.
Yeah.
You saying that's a bad idea?
Yes, I do. I think you should find somebody who's already willing to get on your program based on just what they already see you as versus you.
What
trying
am I
to
supposed to
convince
do if let me paint the picture for you. I'm sitting on the basketball court at Virginia State University, and I'm like, hey, hold on. Hey, damn, bro. She fine as hell. I'm like, hey, girl, come here. What if I want her? Because that's how I saw my wife. I saw her walking away.
That's different.
I was like, God.
No,
got to
Dom,
have
you're not
that.
talking about
You talking about spitting game versus trying to sway somebody to get onto your program, because that's the reference
what I'm saying. Once I had a conversation with her, I asked her what she was doing, like what was she majoring in, like what was her, like what she see herself in the next 5 years. She was pedal to metal in one direction, and I changed. You saying that she's not already
what chasing somebody that does not want you and then trying to convince them to like you using material, using whatever metric you're gonna use to try and convince them to like you is doomed to fail from a man. You can meet a woman and she can be attracted to you or not attracted to you initially, but likes you, and then you're not convincing her to be with you. Like when he talking about convincing, like women that like you, they may not right off. What you got, Andrea? Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, don't believe them. Listen, if you ugly and you are knowing how to spin out on a girl, she will talk to you and she will like you. Okay. People have different love languages. People got different things that, 5 different ways to cater to a person. And it's important to listen to what a woman is saying if she tells you what her love language is. And if it's gifts and acts of service, You don't have to be attractive to buy gifts and do acts of service for her. Okay. So please pursue these beautiful women out here. Even if you fat, even if you ugly. Some girls like fat men. I like fat men. And sometimes when you listen, treat these women like queens. Okay. You don't have to be attractive. Okay. Jay-Z. Jay-Z. Okay.
All right, so KC, what you got on it? I see you got a lot of caps on, Marcus.
What's the original question?
Yeah, Andrea just
okay. So right now we were kind of going on men with their flashy things, and what is it that? So I'll ask you this: what is it that would attract you to a man as far as him being a provider? What are some of the ways that he could display that would actually impress you or motivate you to think that he would be a good provider for you?
The way that he handles his business, the way that he manages his finances. I mean, these are all things that you get to know once you start, really involving yourself with a person. It's not going to be outright that I'm like, oh yeah, he looks like a provider, because the flashiest men, like most of the women said, are usually the brokest, are usually the men that are mismanaging their money. Warren Buffett still lives in his original house. He's not a flashy man. Most of these billionaires that you look at, they're not wearing a whole bunch of logos and things that you outwardly notice as, oh, he's a rich man, or oh, he has a lot of money. So I feel like it's dependent on the basis of our conversation. And once I get into how you manage and maintain your business, what type of investments you're making, what type of assets do you own, or are you looking to, put your money towards, is where I can say, okay, well, he would be a good provider because he makes solid financial decisions and he mitigates risk. And that's the best way I could put it.
Warren Buffett live in a $1.3 million house.
No, Warren Buffett still lives in his original house.
Yeah, it's worth $1.3 million
now, but when he first bought it was $30,000.
That's not a lot of money.
$31,000.
$1.3 million. $1.3 million is not a lot, especially in California.
Not in this market. But
that would get you like
house,
maybe
he bought the house for $30,000. He still lives there.
I think that's beside the point, but I get what you were saying, Casey.
He bought it in Omaha. It's in Omaha, Nebraska. A $1.3 million house in Omaha, Nebraska. That's a lot of money.
Look at the house.
It's a nice ass house. It ain't
either way. It's still his original house. My point is, this is a billionaire man. He could have bought a house that was $500 million and lived there, but he chose not to because he made a smart financial decision.
But but
you don't think that Warren Buffett owns things that's worth more than his house?
I absolutely do. But my point, the basis of that conversation is, you don't have to have the nicest stuff or be the flashiest man for me to understand that you have money. I have to know that you're making smart financial decisions for me to deem you as a provider. Other than that, you're just a man with money that doesn't know how to use it wisely, and you're going to blow through it.
You don't think Warren Buffett?
You know what's crazy? The more money. Oh, go ahead.
You don't think Warren Buffett does things that is flashy when he says, "Hey"? You don't think he's ever invited a woman onto a yacht?
I can't tell you what Warren Buffett does unless you have a personal relationship. And you
I'm just saying that him owning his original house does not mean that he doesn't own shit that is astronomical.
No, that was an example in relation to being flashy. And my point in saying that was because as a billionaire, he still resides in his original home. You don't have to have the finest and nicest stuff to let me understand that you're good with money. You don't have to show me that. That was the basis of my point.
I agree with you. You don't have to wear it out on your clothes to show you got money for you.
Yeah,
to
you don't have to do all the flashy stuff. People have millions and billions of dollars in their bank account and are still living very regular lives
because
and maintaining the same standard of living that they had when they first started getting money. It's unnecessary.
When I met my wife, I wasn't at my full potential. I think I asked her. This is how I swayed her, Trev. I said, first I asked her what was her plans, and she gave me her plan. And I was sorry. I said that wouldn't work with me. I said, what could I do to make you comfortable with being on my plan? And she asked me, what was your plan? Well, paint me a picture. I painted her a picture of where I wanted to be at in the next 5 to 10 years. And she said, she said, I'll do it. And I said, cool. But she gave me some things. She communicated what would make her patient and would make her comfortable with deviating from her path. And I was willing to do those things. One of them was I had to put my dick up. I had to stop. I had to pass up on coochie. The coochie that was being thrown at me all the time. I had to be consistent in what the things that I said I was going to do so she could trust me. You know what I'm saying? I had to spend time with her. We had to meet each other family. We had to get married. Stuff like that. And lo and behold, here we are. So I think swaying, it's not necessarily like using your money to say, hey, yeah, stop doing it. I think the sway comes in where you talk to the woman who's already got a divine position or divine outcome she wants, and you ask her, how can I make it make sense for you to trust in me, or what do I have to do for you to trust that the destination and the outcome I have is more lucrative than the path you already on. And I think if we give the woman the opportunity to communicate that and try to understand it, we might be able to come to some type of mutual agreement, or you might come to a disagreement, but at least you've had that conversation where she felt comfortable. Like, okay, I know what you're doing and I know what I plan to do. Maybe your plan is better, but if you want me to get on board, you can't be cheating on me. You know, niggas want to cheat sometimes. You can't be hitting me. You know, niggas want to get mad and do stuff.
So Darn, what you're explaining is actually good, but it's not swaying. That what you're describing is a compromise. You've just listed at least 2 concessions that you were going to make versus swaying her. So a compromise is completely different than you just trying to sway her. So what you're doing, the way you describe that is great. I wouldn't.
So what do you call it?
Speak against that.
When she was going this way and I was going this way, and I met her and I said, hey, come this way. What is that called?
You talked about a compromise.
So she compromised.
Both of you compromised.
You both compromised.
It took for me to do something. She wasn't just going to do it. I had to do something. I had to make some magic happen for her to do this.
Was that just handling the conversation?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe it is kind of persuasive. The things that I given to our position, or the proposition I had for her, was compelling enough for her to deviate from the path. What do you think, ladies? In my wheel voice.
I agree with Trev in saying that I don't think you necessarily swayed her. It was a compromise, but I do think you had to make an investment into it first, right? So to get her to get on board, she liked your vision, but you had to prove that that vision was actually going to be consistent, that you were going to make steps towards that vision. So you had to do those things, like you said, stop having sex with people, be faithful to her, get married to her, those type of things. And that made her more trusting in you. And I think that's what most women need overall. The reason why so many women are deciding to go out and do things all on their own is because of their lack of trust in men. Right? They don't believe that they'll be able to do it. They don't believe that they'll have their back. We've heard too many stories of women making it famous, like the girl on the video said, and then leaving the woman that's been there for them for forever, or making it big and leaving that woman. So it's the trust in that man that he has you and that he will take you along on this journey and stay committed and, consistent with you in this journey that will allow her to compromise and be like, okay, cool. I'm going to follow him now because your picture makes sense for our lives.
I think I disagree. I think that I think you made some valid points, but I also feel that it's okay to, like, just because you're in a relationship, you don't have to give up like your identity. Like, I feel like
autonomy.
Discussions. Like, I feel like we just had a discussion about how Mariah Carey and Nick Cannon felt like because he was following behind her, like he was giving up his identity because he was like codependent. Like, I think a lot of that has to do with codependency, because you can be in a working relationship and still able to pursue your own goals and your own ambitions and support each other through that process. And I think as women, we go wrong in getting in these relationships and just dropping everything, and losing everything. Like, we just drop it. And it's not, I don't think it's necessarily about trust. though like trust is a good thing to have in a relationship, I think it's about being able to have a healthy balance of your personal identity and your personal life and still maintaining your own goals and your own vision. And then maybe together y'all can make it something spectacular. Like there's so many women and men who are having, like Jay-Z and Beyonce, like they're both doing their own separate things in their own different ways, and it works. So I don't think you have to give up everything just to be in a relationship.
Well, yeah, for that particular person, yeah. But for me, I told her that's not gonna work for me, and she asked me how can it work? I said, well, you would have to come this way, or you would have to do X, Y, and Z. And she said, well, what happens when I do that? Like, what's gonna happen with us? And then I told her, painted the picture for it, and she said, okay, that sounds good. I think I can be down with it. Not every man is gonna be able to paint the same picture I painted, or be willing to do that. Now, given we're talking about two young people that haven't even got their life started or haven't even reached success and stability. These two people are still learning, which I think is an ideal situation for men and women to meet. But the problem is a lot of the guys that was my age, like it was in their early 20s, wasn't doing that. They were saying, you know what, we were athletes. We were just we was running trains, doing all kind of shit. And when we got to our careers and stability, then we went looking for a wife. Now, once you start doing that, you already got a program set, and you trying to get her to come into that, and she like, you typically go for the women that's your same age first before you get humble. Then you're like, damn, what? She got kids? What? Damn, why all these motherfuckers got kids? So now you got to go down a couple years, 5 years. I'm like, okay, 25. Okay, now, okay. So now you start seeing younger women. So, and then it's still a struggle because most of the 25-year-olds are getting out of college and they're starting their careers, and they're like, nah, I'm already invested. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I say, fellas, if you ain't got your woman when you was in your early 20s before you started to get up to your bag, it's going to be really hard. It's going to be 10 times harder to get you one when you 35, 40, and you already made it. You're going to be dealing with a lot of risk factors.
Hold on, y'all got this clip and run this about marriage.
When I say things like that, people tend to have a very defensive response. And I get where it comes from, because they're like, yeah, but this is so materialistic. What about real love? What about if the man you fall in love with is a man who is really poor and has nothing going for him? And my answer to that is, well, he wouldn't be the love of my life. At most, he could be my friend maybe, but I wouldn't marry him because he can't give me the lifestyle that I'd want to live in. When I think about marriage, I think about, okay, if I'm 30 now, what do I want my life to look like in 10 years time, 15 years time? And how can I marry in that direction? Because the origin of marriage is about wealth redistribution. It is about a structure where it is a contract. Mm-hmm. And, you know, how it is with contracts, the person who drafts the contract is the one who benefits more. And patriarchy, men are the ones who are in charge of all of this infrastructure. Okay. So it's always going to benefit them. It's about just going for beyond the first guy who gives you a compliment and being like, well, I have to marry him because I've been swept off my feet. It's about understanding that you're deserving of compliments. You're beautiful. Like, men are going to flatter you all the time, but you need to do the picking, and you need to make these men audition.
Okay, and I'm with you on that, right? The part that I'm struggling with is the assets part, right? So, are you saying, let's say, for example, we have a gentleman who, let's say, is 25 years old, and it's a heterosexual relationship. You have the woman who has a higher level of education, makes more money than he does, has more assets than he does, but he's a nice guy, and he says he loves her.
He says.
What do you think should happen in that situation? And he wants to marry her. What should she do?
I think she shouldn't marry him. It's going to sound so heartless and cold. I know people are going to be like, this is horrible. What do you mean? She's already got her own assets anyway. Right. He just, all she needs is just his love. Like, if I was in that scenario you've just described of, which I probably am really, I have a lot going for me. I'm successful in my own right. And that's the more reason why I'm always looking for like what's out there, what's bigger. There's always someone who's got more than me. I can learn from him. I can take his assets.
And there you have it.
She
Oh,
is
hell no.
insufferable. She is
Hold
insufferable.
on, y'all
And
just heard
she
her
just
talk.
contradicted herself.
Thank
She
you. She
just
just
contradicted herself because she said that men are the ones that drop the contract, so they get more out of marriage than women, which is not true. And then she ended it by saying she wants to date higher because someone will have more than her and she can take from them. If
Yep.
they, I guess, get divorced, she would be the one to be able to take something instead of a man taking something from her.
no, Ty. It's even
And
more.
this is why you
Hold on.
always get a prenup.
Hold on, it's even more insidious than that. Earlier in the conversation, she was talking about how the patriarchy makes these men feel like they have to be providers. The patriarchy makes them feel some type of way about not being able to provide. And then at the end of it all, your ass gonna come out here and say you need to have a man that makes more than you so you can take from him and he can't take from you. You contributed to the very patriarchy that you was just speaking against about 10, 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, listen, I don't understand why
I mean,
any woman would ever complain about the patriarchy. The patriarchy is what keeps you safe. The patriarchy is what gives you the soft life. The patriarchy is what saves you from the barbaric nature of humans. You need to see what it looks like when there is no patriarchy. I don't know how many people are really out here touching other soil, but it's different out there. Savagery. Seriously. How can you complain about that? Who said something?
So do you think it's not a possibility to be able to benefit from it, but also still call out the toxic parts about it? Like,
What's toxic about it?
like we were just talking about how patriarchy can be toxic, how a man who is like doing nice things for his woman, like Nick Cannon and Mariah Carey, how the guys were making fun of him and stuff like that. So I mean, I think that it's okay for us to benefit from it, but it's also okay for us to talk about the toxic side of it too when it appears, because I mean, it can have a source of nuance. It doesn't have to just be one place or the other. So yeah, she can. What she said, I think, is still valid. It just so happens that she does benefit from it, and she is taking advantage of the benefits of it. I mean, I don't know.
Actually, she's not benefiting from it. She's heartbroken from previous relationship, cheated on. She's insufferable.
How do you know that?
Right.
You know that?
She's displaying it. She's displaying it. Her lack of trust.
She does give an aura of her, just a little.
Absolutely.
Are we judging her?
Absolutely.
What
she's spewing is actually toxic.
What's toxic about what she said? We don't know that girl. We don't know if she even straight. Shit, she could be.
That's all we can do.
I told Sweeney earlier today. I said, what if these women are going out here to get their own independence? They're pushing themselves as hard as they can to get to a certain socioeconomic status so they can justify demanding a man be up here. So because if you're down here, then the man you get or demand for will be either average or below. But if you push yourself to be above average, now you can try to leverage or demand a man to either meet you there or exceed that. That way you don't have to feel bad for asking for a man that is high earning. And Sweeney didn't agree with me. And she just made a case.
Is that problematic though?
I don't agree with you either. I think that
let me tell you why it's problematic. Because the women who typically do that don't typically do correct math.
What?
There's already an issue where most of these women flock into the top 15 to 20%. So now you end up sharing men when you start to do that. Or there's no men left. Now you have these quotes, where are all the good men? You just success your way out of it. You get what I'm saying?
So
you don't get it? God damn.
I get it, but I think you're damned if you do, you damned if you don't. Because y'all talk smack about people who want food stamps, the women who can't make money. You talk just as much smack about them. But I do agree, like what this young lady said, I do not agree with. Like she just went somewhere. I don't know where she went. Okay. That I don't agree with that. But what I wanted to speak on Sweeney, I don't think that that's the reason why women go get education and all that kind of stuff. I think they do it to put themselves in a better place. Think about it like this. If a person, not necessarily me, I'm just using me. If a person is in a certain somewhere economically, right, or a certain class, who she chooses as a mate could be a liability or it can be an asset, right? Nobody's going to go through schooling, work really hard for them to choose the wrong mate who's going to bring them right back down. Okay, you're going to want to choose somebody who, at least, even if he doesn't make as much money as you, he's in the same class as you, right? He's ambitious just like you. You can work with him, even if he's not there anymore. Because think about it like this. It's like you hustling, right? You got a business, you're a business guy and you're hustling. And then you choose a business partner who's not great at business, who's going to bring you right back down. That's just not a smart move, right? You can love somebody, like you can love them. That doesn't mean they're a great partner for you. And maybe men don't look at it in a financial aspect. Maybe you look at it in something else. You wouldn't bring a woman on if she's not good cleaning, cooking, she's nasty. You wouldn't bring her on because you may think those are not things that I want for my wife, right? So men don't think about it in money, but you also are picky about your mate. Women are picky about different things, right? Not all of them, but some of them.
But you don't see men going out there and saying, man, I know how to cook and clean, but so it's so hard for me to find a woman that can cook and clean or take care of children. That's not how, like, you have.
I agree that women should just keep their mouths closed, right? Like, I don't think you should down people in the process. I don't think you should down people in the process. Whatever you want for yourself, I think that you should want for yourself, and you should like it when our mouths are open. Other people for what it is that you want, right?
No, Shan, you're missing it. So the thing is that you're saying that, oh man, what if I chose a man, he's an asset versus a liability. Well, then it proves Bruiser's point where he says that you earn yourself out the game. Well, because hold on, wait. Because men find women that compliment them. She don't have to do the same thing that I do for me to see her as an asset. But women would say, I need him to have exactly what I have, because if he doesn't have what I have, then he's not an asset. That's why he needs to have equal to or more than. No man goes out. Hold on, wait. No man goes out and says, man, I make $250,000 a year. Man, God damn it. That woman only makes $50,000 a year. She's a liability to me.
I think that, I think you're talking about a certain type of woman, but most women, they want a man to be in the same class as them, value the same things that they value. If she values education, she wants her man to value education, because guess what? They want to instill those values into their children. If she lives a certain type of way as far as class is concerned, she wants him to live in the same class, right? I think that we spend so much time on money, because guess what? Even a man with a lot of, listen to what I'm saying. Even a man with a lot of money, is certain women in a certain class may be like, I see that he has money, but he's not of me. Okay, so there are so many things that are taken in consideration. It's not just okay, he's got to have this money. Like there are women like
she's saying he has to have the money, Shan. You got to be honest. When they say we're not in the same class, that's money. When they say, you don't value, yes, it is.
Listen, no. It's more than just money.
So right? If a man is classy,
there's a big difference between Future and let's just say Jake. There's a big difference between different ways you get.
Obviously, if she's looking at Future and then she's looking at Russell Wilson, they both earn money, but of course she will pick somebody that's more classy. We're not talking about that. We're saying that that money is still the important factor on the table. She's not going to say, hey, that guy who has a lot of class, but he only earns $50,000 a year, and I earn $250,000. I'm going to go with the guy that earns $50,000 a year because she's going to still say he still has to make what I make or higher, regardless of how much class he may bring to the table, regardless of how much he may complement her life outside of finances. She's going to still look at him as a detriment just because he doesn't earn as much as she does.
So I have friends who who earns more than her man, right? But her man makes great money. She just has an extraordinary job. But because they have the same values. He's not he's still an exceptional man. She has no problem. There's nothing wrong with their relationship. Now, if you're talking about different classes, meaning he's somewhere, I don't like to say this. You guys get what I'm saying. It's just different.
You gotta say it.
No.
No, put some to
No.
it. We don't know what you mean. We're that
Wait,
dude.
don't do that.
No, I'm gonna be honest with you. Let's look at what the
I don't know
guy
what you're talking
proposed.
about, Shannon.
Let's look at what the
Yeah,
guy.
what do you mean, Shannon?
Yeah, what you talking
What
about?
I am saying.
You're talking about, well,
She's saying if he can lay it down on her, then sometimes
Wow,
that's
she a
not
little
even
fast,
needed.
man.
No, the thing
That
is
is not what
No,
I'm
in the
at
gutter.
the end of the day, there's plenty of women. There's plenty of women that choose a man that doesn't have
Things on
hella
her
money.
headset.
There are plenty of women.
That's not
There
what
are
she's
plenty
talking
of
about, Callie.
That's not
no,
what
but
I don't
listen,
know
no,
where
I had to
that came
joke.
from.
I had to throw that out there. No, what I'm saying is there's plenty of women. There's plenty of women that don't require money. When she talks about class, it's just someone that has the same like mindset or similar equivalent
That ain't what you
mindset
said
as
at all.
her.
Morals.
Yeah,
So
morals,
let me give you
yeah.
an example. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Please give me an example where she out earns him significantly.
Let me give you an example. There's this guy, and I want to tell you who. I've shared this story before, but there's this guy. He's a scientist, right? And I think I've said it before. But he's a medical doctor, but he's a scientist. Scientists, I don't know if you guys know this, but scientists don't get paid as much as physicians. Okay, like they're strong on their mission. His thing is cancer. He wants to do cancer research, but they get grant money. They don't get like the private. You go in, the salary is just not as much. That does not knock his class. You understand? He is still a respectable man in the community. His income might not be as strong as her, but his purpose is pretty great. You understand?
How much do he make?
Nobody's gonna knock this man who went to medical school for.
What's his income?
What's his income?
Like a little over 100,000. But look. His ex-wife was a physician as well. She made no. So what you're missing, the part you're missing is his ex-wife was also a physician, and she made over 200. She was a specialist, so she made over 250,000-300,000. So they're both physicians, but listen, they're both physicians. It's just he chose a different specialty than she chose, and unfortunately, his specialty does not pay as much as her specialty.
They still in the similar class though.
But you said the earning.
No, that's not. I said significantly more, and what I was speaking to was specifically the lady situation. We're talking about. He posed a specific question to her. He said, "You got a man. He's good to you. He loves you. He give you the shirt off his back. He earns 50 grand. Then you have a woman who earns 250,000. She's good financially. Don't need no help from her financially. She just likes that he loves her and she loves him. He asked her, would you recommend that she marry him? She said no. And then she went on to say, I wouldn't marry him because just because a guy loves me and all of that, I can always seek better. I'm going to seek a man that out earns me so that I can use his money.
So I'm telling you,
that's laziness.
Yes, and what I'm saying to you is this is not the. I understand we're talking about her situation, but I was just making clarity to Bruiser's what Bruiser was saying about women in general, and that is not the reason why most women who respond or look that way do what they're doing. What I'm saying to you is it's more of some women are more of a class thing, right? And just like you said, it had nothing to do with the dollar amount. They were in the same class as physicians. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so a lot of women think that way. So yes, if she makes 250,000, but let's just say she met a guy who made 125,000. His discipline didn't pay as much, but he's still in the same class. I don't think that she'll have a problem with dating him.
Well, I think if you put anybody over about 120,000, that you pretty much can blur the lines in that particular situation. That's why we try to keep it realistic and say where you have somebody that earns, you have a woman that's a high earner, and who she encounters most in her life are men that don't earn that amount, and why she wouldn't marry him. Obviously, a dude that was a physician, went to medical school, earns over 130,000 a woman would definitely mesh well with him. Hell, women mark off men just because they don't have an education, even though they earn the same amount. She would say, because
that's what I'm telling you, it's about values. It's more than just about money. It's about value.
Here's the thing.
It's not value, it's status. That ain't got shit to do
Who
with
said
value.
it? But no, it is values. Because let me just tell you this: the way y'all be talking on this platform, if I value education and you say, oh, education ain't needed, that's a different value. We value two different things when it comes to education. So I don't want to fight with you when it comes to my kid. You telling my kid they don't need to be a doctor or they can't be, because we've had those people too. Like, you gotta be more realistic. You're not gonna tell my kid, our kid, that. So yes, values make a difference. If you value education, y'all know it's people who don't value education on here. Don't do that. And
Oh, come on, Sam. You talking about something? I'm gonna tell you
on
what's
here?
gonna
I'm
happen.
talking about values. The whole
When
point
you-
was my values.
when you and I want Casey to try to respond to it because she said she didn't get it. When you start trying to go after these men that earn top 10, top 15%, you starting to run into a risk where it's probably not gonna be loyal. You're gonna have to really make a case for this man
I got a lawyer, one child.
to want to be loyal to you.
Oh, really?
You're gonna have to make a case. Like, first of all, you can't come in there with cum stains on your tonsils.
But what? Do you see how I look right now?
Why is loyalty
Do you see
involved in
how
this
I look right
conversation?
now?
Why is loyalty involved in what conversation? This conversation?
Yeah, and upon your basis, your line of questioning.
Don't you want your man to not cheat?
I mean, but doesn't that speak to values?
Yeah. What? Okay. How long before you think a man that makes 250, and upwards of 250,000 is going to want to exercise his options?
I mean,
You don't think that you got to make a case for a man that's in the top 10% for him to settle down and just focus on you when he can have as many of yous or even better than you?
I think that speaks to values.
Okay, so
Because
now it's a
when
value
man,
thing.
let's
But when
talk about it. When a man that's making $250,000 makes the decision to have a monogamous relationship with a woman, he weighs his odds, he weighs his options, he makes decisions, right? And with that being said, if you are a man of principle, you are a man of values, you're a man of integrity, you should know that when you choose to be in a monogamous relationship,
he's not
cheating
choosing
should
that.
not be a factor. Loyalty should always be involved. And if he's man
You
enough
moving
to,
the goalposts. He's
what's the
not choosing it.
goalpost?
What I'm saying is, you have to make a case for this man to choose a monogamous relationship.
I mean, I already made a case if he's choosing me as a
Okay,
wife.
let's do it. Let's say I make 300,000. I got everything I need. I'm good. I'm CEO, multiple companies, and I got all kinds of shit going.
Mm-hmm.
And I can have as many as you, or even better than you.
Mm-hmm.
Sharper jawline, probably slimmer, whatever. Different races, all anytime at any given point. How can you make a case that I should throw that away?
Be a
For just
polygamist.
you, huh?
Be a polygamist. Like, what's your basis? If a man is
I'm
looking for a
asking
monogamous
you.
relationship,
I'm asking you. How can you make a case for me to be monogamous to you? To
why would I be
decide?
making a case based upon values that you don't have? If you don't value a monogamous relationship, I'm not pleading a case to you. You're
What
not
I'm saying
you're
is,
not the partner I'm
I didn't
looking
say
for.
I didn't value a monogamous to you. You putting words in my mouth. I
You
never
obviously
said that
don't
I
value
didn't
a
value a
monogamous
monogamous
relationship if
relationship.
you intend to cheat.
I said you would have to make a case for me to get into a monogamous relationship with you. That just because I don't want to be monogamous to you doesn't mean I don't value monogamous relationship. You
The
have to
case
have
is
a strict.
made. The case
What?
is made if you are pursuing me for a monogamous relationship. I'm confused on the question because the question has to do with if
I've
he's
never said.
making
That's why I
$200,000 a
tried to
year,
tell. That's why I told you to play
why
it
would
out.
he
I
be
never
loyal
was
to you?
pursuing you for a monogamous relationship.
Yeah.
I saw you and I said hi.
Okay.
I bought you a drink. I showed you a good
Mhm.
time. We
Mhm.
go back to my place. We do
Mhm.
that repetitively. You
Mhm.
say you want a relationship. I'm saying, and you don't want a man that cheat, correct?
Did I say that?
Polygyny isn't cheating, though.
No, I'm saying, okay, let me just take that, just change it. You want a monogamous relationship with me at that point, right?
You hypothetically.
Okay. And I say, okay, that's what you want. Why should I give you that?
Are you
don't
now
really
asking
say
me
that.
to ask you what I bring to the table after you pursue me?
I didn't say nothing. I said, why should I be in a monogamous relationship with you, Casey?
Are you asking me
They
literally, or are you
never
asking me hypothetically? I'm confused.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically, if you're already pursuing me, we're running in the same circles, we're doing the same type of business, or what have you. You found me somehow in your $200,000 world. And with that being said, you identified me out of all of these other women in the world because I already had things going for myself. I was already presenting myself in a way that attracted you. That's first and foremost, because I don't think a man that's making a certain amount of money is dealing with a woman that doesn't have anything. And maybe based on some of these people's arguments, maybe that's the case. But 9 times out of 10, for example, if you're looking to open a business and you're looking for a partner, you're going to choose a partner with a similar background, with similar assets, with a similar mindset that can help you advance your business. That would be the same argument that I would give to a man that's looking for a wife that's making a decent amount or a huge amount yearly, annually, whatever.
So
you're looking for that same kind of
Okay, and this is how if you try to pitch that to me as your pitch.
But your point was that you're removing yourself from the line of dating, right? You said that women that are making a certain amount a year, or women that are pursuing an education and doing all these things, they're raising the bar, so they're limiting themselves. But now you're then going on to ask me why, as a $200,000 man, what do I bring to the table?
So no. If I can, so all right, so we can simplify this, right? He was making this argument based on what that woman said, where she raised the bar. Right. So obviously, that when you raise the bar to that level, there's a limited amount of people up there, right?
Right.
So what he was saying, so when he posed the question to you, he's imagine it's not like he's pursuing you to say, "Oh, I want you to be my wife." But he walks up to you, he says, "Hey, you look nice. Buy you a drink, take y'all out, y'all go on a few dates." He's cool where y'all at. Y'all been screwing. He's completely okay with the scenario that he's in. He ain't asking you for no more than what you're giving him. He's cool. You want more. You like, oh my God, this is a good dude. He's been taking care of me. He's showing me he loving on me and all of this shit, right? You want now you like, I want to take this man off the market and make him my husband. What he's saying is what reason would a want, like he's saying, pitch to a man that doesn't really care for all that at that moment, why he should participate in that monogamous relationship.
Why should I turn off all of the options I have and focus on you?
We shouldn't be doing that, though. We shouldn't be trying to convince people like
to a man. That doesn't make sense.
What I'm telling you,
when you pursue a woman, you should see the value in her. You should be looking for something specific. If you're just pursuing all these 100,000 women in the world, please do not pursue me, because you have too much on your hands. You don't know how to prioritize, and you don't value yourself. That's first and foremost. So obviously, I'm not going to sit here and pitch myself to any man. I'm just not.
Fair enough. So, but here's the tricky part about that, right? There's a reason why. There's a reason why
you ain't ready for this club, sis.
There's a reason why there's an inherent amount of complaints when women do that, and they complain about men. Is because those men aren't looking for that, but they're saying, "I want that," but these men ain't shit because they're not looking for that. And you see, what Bruce is basically trying to point to is the disconnect between the women that do this and the men that they're pursuing, because the men, they're at odds with the men that they're pursuing.
So I think that
it's not speak to everybody else's idea of themselves and what they want. Obviously, you're pursuing the wrong people. I'm confused on what the basis of the question is. Let's repeat the original question. What was
in 2 seconds, real quick.
Okay,
Y'all, it's an assumption that people who make a certain amount of money are bad people. They're not. I know tons of men who make great money, who have great professions, and they're really good stand-up guys. They're really good.
They were bad men.
Yeah, but the way you're posing it is like,
you're posing the question.
Not wanting to settle down doesn't make you a bad man.
A certain amount of money, he doesn't have values.
No, I didn't say that either.
No,
Not
I
one
didn't
in the.
say, no, I didn't say that you said that. I said the
Oh.
question is being posed as though
Exactly.
because a man is making a certain amount of money, he doesn't have value. So why should he not cheat on
You do have value.
It
No,
doesn't
that ain't what he said. That is not what he said.
I
She's
think
saying that's how it's now. The way it's coming out
That's
is
what. That's why I'm trying to. That's
Go-
why I'm
go
trying
ahead,
to.
Sweeney.
That's
Go
why I'm
ahead.
trying to clarify it for you. Is that just because he's making money, just because he doesn't want to settle down, doesn't make him a bad man. What we're saying is those men aren't settling down. In society, we're noticing that they're not settling down, and the women are complaining that these men are not settling down, while at the same time pursuing these men, but they're not pursuing them in the same exact way. So
Sweeney, so hold on, Casey. Let me just help you because I see what you're trying to say. She is saying simply that having multiple women does not make you a bad man. Lying to women while having multiple women is the thing that makes you a bad man.
But we ain't talking about a man lying either.
The basis was
I just said that the man
The
lied.
basis was cheating.
No, I didn't say no.
She
He
said
did not.
polygamy, so she acknowledged that she's okay with that. You said cheating.
No.
The basis was cheating.
This is the reason why I painted the picture and I try to walk you through it step by step. I started at high. Then I went to a drink. Then we went on multiple dates. We had sex, and you wanted to turn this into something serious.
I don't care.
I'm okay with the situation because I'm a high status man. There's only a few around here in this particular city that's on the same level as me. That this is the case. So, and I'm saying you want me to go, you want me to turn off, you want me to lock in on you. And I'm saying when you're dealing with these type of guys, what are you dealing with me, or whatever pitch you have, pitch it to me to compel me to want to turn off any possibility of exercising any options.
No, that's not the case. We're just shooting our shot and hoping that it lands. To be honest with you, we figure we're Steph Curry. You like me, I liked you. We were in the bed, everything was fire, and then now I'm like, okay, I want this more often. I want it strictly for myself, and now I'm going to shoot my shot. You have two options. You can either take me, or you can not. That is
because what I'm trying to explain to you, Casey, because when you come up here with the men, I ain't gonna call them the big dogs. When you come up here with the men on the same earning level, you don't have the pick of the litter like we do. You know what I'm saying? You don't have
it. Ain't even. It's by your own choice that you don't have it.
Yeah, it's by your own choice. You self-disqualify yourself because you don't. We can date the 50K women.
So what you're telling me is that because a man that's making a certain amount of money feels comfortable dealing with low value women or women that aren't.
How are they low value?
I'm going to correct it. That aren't making that same amount of money.
Right. Yeah, men don't really care about that.
Screenshot that, yo.
Yeah, that's not even no really.
She went out.
Hey, no way. Men don't really care about that like that. Like, if men are making that much money, it doesn't really matter. They're not worried about finances. They're absolutely not depending on a woman to help them with the finances like that.
I don't think it's about depending. Let me just say this. It's not about depending on a woman, but if you're making just over 100,000, you're not a millionaire. Okay.
That's different.
We're not talking about people who making 300, 400,000. Okay. Yeah. Okay. But we're talking about little over 100,000 up to 2,000. They're not just
I was talking about men.
No, he said more than that. He said about $250,000. That's what he said. He said $250,000.
Even if you look up all the billionaires, I looked up all the black ones. They have women who have something going for themselves. It's not like they're going
because they're billionaires.
Yeah,
they didn't come into the relationship already made.
Have women who have things going with themselves. So that's incorrect information. And trust me, I researched.
You're looking at you.
Hold on, Shane.
Did you look at them before they met?
Shane, you're saying it. The
what
problem
you mean,
is
look at them before they met. Meaning, if you look at her resume, the schooling, Cordell, the universities they went to, this is not, it's not like, oh, she was working at Mickey D's. I picked her up. You know, I went to the drive-thru, said supersize me, and she was beautiful. And she glared at me.
That's not the argument we're making. The position I put her in is, and these billionaires, which you probably not going to find this information. What the little 19-year-old they hitting from the back on the yacht on Wednesdays after they go to the golf course. I'm just telling you, You asking for God. I'm telling you, in a patriarchal society, in a capitalistic world, you're asking for the top 5-10% to be able to. You're trying to. That's what I'm saying. How are you able to even pitch a man of that caliber to not exercise his options?
So I think.
Why would I have to? Why would I have to? That's it.
Because
That's
it's
what's
extremely
not making
competitive.
sense overall.
It's extremely competitive, and there's not
So
that
are
many
you
men to go
asking what
around.
we would
Same for a
say,
woman of
or
that caliber. It would be the same for a woman
If you
of
can
that
start,
caliber.
if you can,
It would
if
be
you can
No, it
build,
won't.
okay,
competitive.
I'll give you this,
'Cause
KC.
men aren't as interested in women of that caliber. That's the problem. Women are that top 10%.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody on that level, all the way down, are attracted to that man, right?
Let me help you out.
Women
KC.
with
So
the money,
then I
with the
can
money,
counter
it
that.
doesn't matter. Men
Mhm.
don't really care about that. Not
I
Let me
can
help
nearly
you
counter
out,
as
that
much
by
KC.
as they
saying
do about
that
women.
Let
women
me
of
help you
that
out,
caliber
KC.
are not interested in a litter full of men either.
Let
So
me help you,
they're
KC.
even more selective anyway. That's
I'm
probably
gonna throw
like
you a bone.
That's
Go
and
ahead.
that's what's
I'm gonna throw
pricing them
you a
out of the
bone.
market. That's the problem. That's
I'm gonna
exactly
throw,
the problem. Now you got it.
hold
That's
on.
why
Let me
they're
throw her a
having a
bone.
problem.
Let me just say this.
Let me throw her a
Go
bone,
ahead. Go
Shan.
ahead,
Let me
Darwin.
just throw her a bone because it's hard for her.
Bruiser.
I'm gonna throw you
Go
a bone.
ahead.
You got the opportunity in
We
your
don't throw no
pitch.
bones, bro.
If you in your pitch, here you go. You can recreate yourself over from scratch as the woman, the ideal woman. What would be the details of you? Height, age, virgin, what you can have. You can go just build it. What would you think is the ideal woman that could compel a man of that caliber to throw away his options and focus on you in a monogamous relationship? Go ahead, build her out.
Callie?
So before she even answered this, she been talking. She been talking over y'all. That's why she not even saying nothing, because she answered it in a way where. So all right, y'all framing it in a way where the man has no autonomy over his life, and the woman can come in and change his perspective on how he wants to move. If he doesn't
It's
want
not
to be
making
monogamous,
sense.
then he doesn't want to be there's no perfect woman that can make a man that don't want to be monogamous. And if he gets in a
Thank you.
relationship,
You just have to say one thing and one
That's
thing
my
only.
point.
So all she had to say
Yeah.
was,
Hold on, I ain't
I
finished.
wouldn't have anything to say to that man.
I
There's
quite
nothing I
literally
can say
said
to
So
that.
so
I
so
quite
so so
I
literally
time
have
out.
things
So
said
to say
time
to
that.
out,
that man.
Marcus. You know
I
what?
quite literally said I would not.
We're not even saying I'm not even talking about monogamous or not or whatever. All I'm saying is I'm pretty sure your wife compelled you to be with her, right? In some form or fashion. She compelled you to be with her. She offered certain things that you saw in her that you did not see in other women. You found her to be exceptional, which is why you chose her, because you've been with hundreds or maybe you said thousands or whatever.
I didn't give
one.
a number. I never gave
All right, or whatever, right? You at least in triple digits, right? Let's just say that, right?
And any
Right.
woman, any woman on the
So,
channel builds
so
an
all right.
ideal
So,
woman.
Dig, if you
I
chose
just
one to
did,
be your
Carmen.
wife, she had to compel you in
I didn't hear
some
it.
way, no matter how
Yeah,
you spin it.
but this is the thing. When I was a younger man, I might have played the game where I really want this woman, so I'll pretend to want monogamy because I want her. When I stepped into being the man that I want to be, hey, this is who I am. Either you can live with me like this or you can't. There's nothing a woman is going to be able to do to convince me to change the person I am.
She didn't convince you, but certain attributes that she had and certain actions that she either took or didn't take is what compelled you to want to be with her. The way that she behaves around you, there's certain things that you were attracted to that you probably could articulate to the women. That's all we're trying to do. What were the things that you saw in her? That's not a different question than what I asked. All I'm saying is that it's competitive, and there's certain attributes that a woman has to have in order for a man of means to want her. That's all we're saying.
That's what essentially what was said though. The question was,
Can you build out the woman for me?
And he could still pass her up. He could still pass her up because he's not ready to settle down. I'm sure out of those 100,000 women that billionaires out there dealing with, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, however many of them have great qualities and are great women and could be great wives, but he is not ready to wife them. It's that simple. Trying to make it seem like there's an ideal token golden wife woman for a man that has a certain amount of money is never going to make sense, because it's never going to happen until that man wants to be monogamous, until that man wants to be loyal, until he wants to live a life of principle. No woman is going to make him change that, so he's going to cheat on anyone he gets.
But that's not what we're saying. saying, but even according to your own account, you said that there are some men who you would deal with because that's what they want, right? And the men who don't want to be monogamous, you would keep them out. So that means you recognize that there are some men that would desire to be monogamous.
Absolutely.
So what would you do in
I
those
told you
instances
earlier
to
that I
compel
want to
that
be
man to want
monogamous.
to choose you over all these other men?
You said you don't want to be monogamous. You said that you have all of these women to choose from, and I want to be monogamous. That
I
was your
Who,
basis.
me? I never said that.
No,
I
that
never
was
said I
Darwin.
didn't want to be
Oh.
monogamous. I said I do. Why would I be it with you?
You said
Pitch
you
it.
are not. You're good. You're content with where it's at.
No,
Most
And
men.
I
don't-
said pitch to me. I said I want to be monogamous. I just need the right woman to be monogamous with. I want her to pitch to me. Why should I be
She will-
monogamous when I got all these? What is going to make you so special
She
for
will
me to
do
throw
that
away
with
my
her
options? And
actions.
Callie said that she was going to build the ideal woman that would pitch to me. What's
Yep.
the pitch, Callie?
The pitch is, I'm going to show you with my fucking actions, not my words. Men don't care about what we have to say. They care about what we do. So everything when I am around you, I'm going to be doing. And that is in itself, oh, I'm on mute.
No,
we
you're
hear
not.
you,
I
baby.
can hear you.
Everything that I'm doing is in itself going to be like, hey, like, this is who I am. Me personally, if I meet you and I like you enough to want to like say, hey, look, like I think it should just be us. I'm just gonna tell you straight up, like drop these hoes, get with me. You won't ever regret that decision.
What are
We
the
can work
actions?
out the kinks later.
What are
Like,
the actions? What are the actions? I want to hear the actions. What are these actions?
oh,
Can
I'm
we
fun
start
as
with-
I think I'm
hold
fun
on,
as
wait.
fuck.
You might
Like-
not want her to say that tonight.
Why couldn't we start with the appearance first?
Appearance. Oh, appearance means a
Period.
lot.
Why do y'all so afraid to just talk about your sexual history, your appearance, your
Okay.
character, all these other things that really matter? Why do you?
Because obviously it mattered enough for you to come and hang out with me in the first place. Obviously it mattered
Well,
enough for you to
sometimes
come
they
and like
hang out with you because you know.
Well, I'm talking
yeah,
about.
well, yeah,
build-
but what I'm saying is, right? What I'm saying is, if you're hanging, listen, Lapeef, let me finish.
That wasn't me. That was Queenie. That was Queenie that time.
Queenie, let me finish.
Clearly,
What I'm saying is,
Let me help
We're
you with the build. Let me help you with the build. What's your height?
my height, I'm 5'1".
You don't have to build yourself. You're pitching to a man and make $250K
Why
to
are
be
we
monogamous.
giving y'all
So
a
you can be.
two-
I guess
you can add
for
whatever
me,
attributes.
it's like
woman.
I've never
You-
asked a man to pitch to me. Pitch
Let
to
me
me
be
why
honest.
I'm with.
Just-
Why I'm gonna
just
have.
humor me.
Kelly already told you
Men
she
that are
down
making
for
billions
the
of dollars
man.
are
I've been told you guys
Just
all the
humor me,
things.
all right?
Okay,
What's the height? You said the height.
I'm fine as fuck. I
Put
do
a
my own
20 on.
shit. We're cool. We'll have a great time, and you won't regret the damn decision because guess
Okay,
what?
okay. Now that you gave me that picture, I'm gonna start asking you questions. So, how
Y'all
many
are trying
partners
to
have you
bait us
had?
into giving you an
How many
ideal character
how many
of what a
sexual
wife is
partners
supposed to
have you
be, and
had?
it's not going to happen.
No, I'm kidding.
Callie,
How many partners have I had?
No, Callie.
No,
Take
you don't
it
gotta
Do
tell
it,
me for real.
Callie.
You
Take yourself out of it. He's
I'll
not asking
answer
you
the
to pitch yourself. He's saying pitch the woman. This man makes $250,000. He has a net worth of
I'm
Listen,
$8.5
the
million.
woman is
Pitch
gonna
the
be
woman.
someone
I got y'all.
that is respectable. She's gonna be respectable. She's gonna be a reflection of you. Every time she comes out of that house, she's going to reflect you in the relationship and ensure that she's not doing anything damaging to tarnish your image nor hers. She's gonna act in a us comparison versus just a me type of person. When we talk about helping, when we talk about bringing shit to the table, she's going to be the person that you actually enjoy sitting at that table with, because people can bring a lot of shit to the table, including baggage. So can you sit at that table and really enjoy the company, enjoy the space, and feel wanted, feel valued, feel like you matter, someone that supports you and someone that's going to help you get to where you're going. She's not going to sit there and try to control you or try to control your scenario, what you got going on. No, she's going to say, baby, what is it you need and how can I come and help? And that is what is very important, especially with a man that's getting everything out on his own.
Okay, so
Now,
what
did
is
y'all
what
get
is
the
her
answer y'all were looking for?
what is her height and weight?
Like, this is my point. Like, we're going to
Hold
keep
on,
going
Casey.
back
Hold on,
to
Casey.
this.
Hold on, Casey. Let them walk this one out.
What is your height and weight?
Are you asking me my height and weight
No,
or
the
the
woman.
girl?
The
The
woman.
woman height and weight? I don't know. Some guys like thick women. Some guys like skinny women.
That's my point.
Like, I don't know what. Some guys
You
like
cannot-
tall women. Some guys
this
like
is
short
never gonna be a
women.
cookie cutter idea.
Okay, what is her height and weight?
Just right.
Oh. Whatever
Stop it.
fulfills your
Don't
look,
nobody want
whatever
to play that
fulfills your
hypothetical
needs.
game with you.
Can we
Whatever
let's
fulfills
just
your
like,
needs.
man, humor the man a
Dirty,
little bit.
boo.
Dang.
Like,
Mm.
come
I
on.
gave y'all the
Let me
answer.
say this.
What did you say,
Humor us.
Casey?
Can we
I
play
said
This is
whatever
going to
fulfills
be
your needs.
controversial, right? Let me
Like,
just
what
say
are we
this,
doing?
Cruiser.
I
Can we
need to
play
know
a little bit?
specifically.
Well, you
What
don't want to
is
know
your height?
specifically because
Darwin,
I would have
let me
told
counter
you.
that with
The
this.
thing is,
What
the
is
thing
your
is,
ideal
Okay,
height and
okay.
weight for a
How many
woman?
sexual are you a virgin?
What
no,
is your ideal for a woman?
the
Is she a
the
virgin
girl
to
won't
you?
be
Is
You're
a
that
not
a
a
virgin.
perfect
virgin?
woman to you?
Hold on, you're not a virgin?
Is she a
What are
virgin
you
to is that a
talking
perfect woman
about?
to you?
Hold on,
Hold-
Casey. Hold on, Casey. Let them rock this out.
Well, first of all, I just need you to answer the question. What is your height and weight? And then I'm gonna go to Virginia. Whatever, sexuality, whatever, sexual preference. I mean, whatever. What is the height and weight, Callie?
Height and weight, 5'1", 100, maybe 50 to 60 pounds.
Yeah, I already disqualified.
BS.
Okay.
That's BS. Okay, so listen.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead with
What?
your local game. Go ahead, we'll play.
So hold on. Let me get this straight, Callie. You had an opportunity to build the ideal woman, and it didn't have to be you. And you chose 5'1", 160.
Because it
150,
does not
160.
matter.
You know why? Because I don't know what the
It
hell
don't
you guys
matter.
want. Listen, you guys sit up here and talk about a woman should know her place. A woman should be able to, let the men answer. Why the freak am I
Yeah,
answering a
if she
male's
was
ever?
5'1"
I don't know
and
what you men look
150 on
for because
Monday,
guess what?
if she
A
can
lot of
grow to
men go for those
5'7"
sticky
and
girls on
120 the next
Instagram.
day, you would be
Like,
happy.
come
Like,
on.
it's not
You know what's
making
funny?
sense.
You know what's funny? I'm glad that you answered it that way, Callie. We don't know what the fuck y'all want. That would have been
That's
like,
literally the point.
and the reason why, and the reason why is because, like, if you think about it, right?
That's why, man, guys.
If you think about it, that's the reason how people can wind up finding themselves in 6 month, 8 month, 2 year long situationships with a guy, and they wanted to go a little bit further. And then she says, I don't understand. I don't understand why this is not happening for me. He's great, but he's not doing, he just won't marry me. It's because y'all don't know what the fuck we want.
No.
Yeah, so if you built the ideal woman, that's a BMI of 30, which is obese. And you built the woman. So that's what we're trying to
You gave
say.
me an obese
What
woman.
are
Don't
you
want a
trying
skinny
to
woman
do
though.
here? Where is this
You
topic
pitched,
going?
Hold on,
you
and White
pitched
saying
an
something, man.
obese
White.
woman to me. The fact that you had the opportunity to build fucking Halle Berry if you wanted to. You chose to give me an obese woman. We're gonna
Because
disqualify you right there.
maybe
I
that's
haven't
what
even
a billionaire man
I haven't even
likes.
asked you
Like,
what age would you say you are.
Weight doesn't
Hold on,
classify
y'all. I think
obese
Marcus trying to get in
because
there, y'all. Hold on, Marcus trying to get in there. Go ahead, Marcus.
So to their point, different men like different things. So they can't give an archetype when 30% might seem crazy to you, but if that 30% is all ass and titties, I like that. I would prefer a big ass and big titties, no stomach, and hips that go out, as opposed to a thin, slim woman. That's not my forte.
But she didn't even do that. She didn't say, hey, she's 5'1" with 150, but it's all in her ass and titties.
y'all are
Because
dating this.
no.
Dating this conversation.
Listen. All we're asking y'all to do is humor us.
and we are, and you guys don't like our humor because I've said very humorous things.
No. What I mean is like y'all, like specifically Casey, you're trying to attack it in a way where we're not being adversarial. He's just saying for this guy, built the woman that you think he would want. Just in your mind, what kind of woman would you say this man will want?
I would quite literally say me, because why am I dealing with a man and I'm building 2K characters?
And that's why we got options. That's why they got options.
Subject.
You have
this is
options
one
because
where
options
I've actually
exist.
written about this one. This is hypergamy.
Yes.
Okay. So it's interesting because, we were tracking the mentions of hypergamy since 2004 on Google, and it looks like a ski slope, going up. Lots of people are interested in hypergamy. So how would you define hypergamy, and how does it play a role in how we date?
So the basic definition of hypergamy is dating upwards. So dating someone who has more resources than you, and this largely pertains towards the perspective of the woman being the one who's dating upwards. And I wouldn't be surprised if the data you saw, the rise in hypergamy being searched for as a term post-pandemic or during the pandemic.
Yes, yes. Why so?
Changed. The reason why, I think, is number one, like economic change for everybody. Number two, we're all at home and we're watching people's lives. We're now seeing where people live and how they're living. We're now seeing what kind of bedding they use. They're telling us everything because we're all at home and bored. And overnight, everyone's become a content creator. So we're now seeing how rich people are living. We're now seeing people romanticizing their marriages. We're now seeing the birth of the rise of the trad wife content. We're now seeing people making banana bread in designer kitchenware. We're like, wow, that looks really nice. I want a bit of that. This is quiet luxury.
At what point does hypergamous dating become men, dating in a hypergamous way?
Let's say at the moment, 20,000 women out of 100,000 are earning men. And within the next 20 years, it's now 70,000 women out earning men. Well, the reality is there are still going to be men who will make more money. And we're only speaking for this portion of the world we're in.
Right. This is true.
I think for me, it's no matter how much this conversation of hypergamy evolves, or no matter how much women earn, we should still aim higher and higher and higher for ourselves. Your baseline needs to be, you don't need men for anything.
Back to this conversation, man. Callie, how about this? I'm a humor you. Ask me the same questions that Bruiser asked y'all, but in reverse.
God. Why do we care?
No, just ask me.
Bruiser should have just asked you the questions.
Wait. Understand. Hold on, wait. Understand.
You want to be a woman? You want to say what a woman should be?
No, that's not what I'm about to say.
Build your ideal woman, Sweeney.
No.
Because 150 pounds of muscle is not the same as 150 pounds of fat. Weight class does not classify BMI.
My ideal woman is my wife.
Let's see her.
Right. And let's ask you, what's her size? How much does she weigh and how tall is she?
I'm not about to let y'all do that to her.
Let me see if she.
A man respects his wife in public.
Let's talk about it.
But no. What I was asking Callie to do though was ask me if you magnificent woman, pitch a man to you. That's all I was gonna ask you to ask me the questions. I'll pitch a man to you and find out. Just be honest and find out. Would you say?
All right, pitch a man to me. Go ahead and pitch me.
Pitch one to you.
Yeah, okay. Knowing me, I've been on this panel for a while, so knowing how I think and operate, I want you to pitch my ideal man.
Yeah,
let's include specifics.
I'm gonna put it like this. I can't necessarily say I'm gonna pitch the perfect man to you, but I guarantee you won't say no to him.
Okay,
go ahead, give it to us.
All right,
Team Fatty.
What? All right. So, do you want to ask questions? Do you want to start with looks, and we work our way on looks? All right. Well, ask me okay.
What does he look like?
Scam likely.
Get out, block Bruiser.
Oh, this is funny.
All right.
You don't know who scam likely is, do you?
It's very scam likely. It's very scam likely.
Scam likely. I don't even know who the fuck that is.
He's got his little muscles. He cares about his physique.
All right. So if I had to describe, I can't really say looks wise unless you're telling me to compare it to a celebrity.
Okay, compare it to a celebrity. If you can name one celebrity that would be Callie qualified.
All right, I'm just on the face.
Oh,
I would say, let me see. God damn, I don't look at them on.
I don't know not one celebrity. I'm trying to.
You said you can't compare.
All right, hold on.
Denzel, Idris Elba, somebody.
Hold on. All right, let's no.
Prime Denzel.
Nah.
She would go with now Denzel probably.
All right. Here we go. I got it. All right. I'm gonna do it like this. I will go. What's that light skinned motherfucker that threw them? Hold on.
Aaron Pierre. That's Mufasa.
No, the green eye nigga? What's that nigga name? The one that was in For Color Girls. He threw the babies out the window.
Oh, you talking about Michael Ealy?
All right, so here we go. I'm gonna go Michael Ealy with maybe what the hell is his name? What's the other celebrity dude? Bald head. Played in
Boris Kojo.
No, Boris Kojo's still light.
He talking about the one that played in White Chicks. The swole.
No.
What
the hell is his
Terry Crews, nigga? What?
Man, you having a very rough time with this, man.
Hold on,
Talking about the ladies.
wait.
God damn.
That's easy, right?
Hold on, wait. No, I just can't remember the celebrity name. I know who he is. I just can't remember who he is. What the hell is his name?
I like Idris. You need to get this.
All right. So Michael Ealy, Idris Elba's.
That's funny. Google everything on the
All right,
side.
here we go. Michael
Morris Chestnut.
Morris Chestnut. That's who I was thinking of. Morris Chestnut skin tone. So
okay, now who did she qualify for?
Hold on, wait a minute. I'm not done yet. I'm trying to describe the man. All right, so it'll be Michael Ealy's tape with Morris Chestnut skin tone, relatively with a full beard, some hair. He can either have some hair. He can either have some hair on his head, but for the most part, he might have a Caesar, nice tape or whatever, broad shoulders. He doesn't necessarily have to have a six-pack, but his chest, he got big, broad shoulders, got a chest. He does go to the gym. He's 6'3". He earns roughly $180,000 to $250,000 a year. He's loving. He's very helpful around the house. Like, even though he works, he will still help you around the house. He plays games with you. He's also a gamer. He doesn't mind going out and playing games with you. He also doesn't mind taking you out. He enjoys the smaller things in life while also still enjoying the bigger things in life. He
God damn,
romantic.
He's romantic. He great with kids.
Just say his son, bro.
Now, all right, hold on, wait. So tell me, just based off of what I described, are you gonna say no to that man?
I would never say no to that man. That sounds amazing. That sounds
You could have
awesome.
explained somebody worse than that. She probably would have said yes.
Wait, hold on. Are we saying I don't have any value?
I'm just saying. He probably could explain somebody
worse. When you asked me to pitch the.
I think he did a good job. I think I do. Like, at the end of the day, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, if he had all those qualities, I'm gonna say no. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'll tell you straight up. Hell yeah, that sounds great.
Okay, let me pitch one for you. The more, but he is in a wheelchair.
I dated a guy in a wheelchair.
There you go, sweetie.
I dated a guy in a wheelchair. I have. And it didn't work out because he said that I made him feel like he needed me, like, because I was always like, do you need help with this? Do you need help with that? Can I help you? Like,
never do that to a person in a wheelchair.
I know. I felt that. I learned you're not supposed to do that. I learned, but it was just like I'm so caring and loving that I wanted to ask. So it kind of did. I learned my lesson on that one, but the thing is, I just love to help.
Let me add, because somebody did ask this in the chat about he makes your soul sing in the bedroom. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
The size matter.
That's a huge
on top of all the other shit that I listed.
That's a huge plus. 100%.
The size matter.
It's the motion of the.
The conversation is headed to the
mud. It's headed to the mud. Let's
Think about how serious we are sometimes, okay, man.
I was waiting till you finished to say this is the gayest shit you've ever done.
Yeah, this is getting too freaky.
Who in the chat asked that question, bro?
The chick, we just put it on the thing.
No, it was just
bro,
a joke.
No more questions for her.
Lighten the live. At the end of the day, I'm gonna answer things regardless. I'm gonna tell you who I am and who I'm about. I'm not gonna come up here being all fake and shit. I'm gonna be myself, and either you guys love it or you don't. But at the end of the day, that's just how Callie would answer. We can't be serious all the damn time. Shit. I'm not even.
So I wanted to because I know this whole thing went because you were saying there's a limited amount of men who fit this standard, right? I think Trev stated that. Are we forgetting money does not mean anything because there are also men who make 50,000 who ain't shit. Okay, there are men who are low. Look. Let me just tell you this: most women have given that guy a chance, and it just did not. It didn't. You understand? To me, sometimes they're a bigger flight risk than the guy who has something to lose. Okay, they be doing the absolute most. Most men who have something going for themselves are the people who marry the most, to believe it or not, because it's a status thing.
To most women, money do matter. So I don't know
But
what
also
you
with that line of
I didn't
thinking,
say it didn't.
you're
I'm
saying that the
saying
women
to you,
that don't
sis.
have anything, or the women with no education and no money, they have entirely more options. That's basically with that line of thinking. That's what you're saying. A woman that doesn't have anything at all, anything to offer, she's a more formidable spouse than a woman that's actually going for things in life. That's your line of thinking.
No, that's not what he's
That's actually
No,
kind of true.
there's actually a sweet spot, right? There's the balance. That's what we're talking about. You can go up too high or you can go down too low.
What's the
And
sweet
it's
spot?
it's not even just about the woman who earns money. That's not the issue. It's about what comes with a lot of times the women who earn money, right? It's their prerequisites and what they're expecting. That's where the wires get crossed. When they feel like because they still want to maintain their hypergamy, which is okay, but you just have to understand when you want someone that high, you start to eliminate everybody at the bottom, so you have less candidates, right? So as men get more money, we have more candidates, but when women earn more money because they insist on being hypergamous, like the homegirl just said in the video, then you will absolutely eliminate your options because anybody who's not making as much or more than you is eliminated. And that's all we're saying. So with that, if you're realizing that there's lower options and then every woman from the bottom all the way up are desiring these men, then you have to understand, okay, I'm competing with all of these women because someone with a lesser income still has the potential to nab that dude, right? That's the reality of it.
Would I not
Let
be
me
competing
say
with
this
all
real
of those women anyway?
KC,
Nope.
let me say this real fast.
Because
This
most
is
of
how
those
you
women-
know this conversation is, first of all, most women don't make $250,000. Most women don't make that much money. Most women are low earners too. Most African American women, but y'all focus so much on the high earners because you want those women, and they're just a small percent.
I have something to
all the
say.
time. So if you want somebody who makes low income, you've got tons of them because that's majority. But you focus so much on the small minority.
Who focus on them?
Listen, the conversations we're sitting here talking about why women who have a certain income won't date lower. Why don't we just talk about the women who are low?
Because that was the subject. That was the subject matter. That was the video that came up.
I will say something.
And my point is, I understand it's the subject matter, but it's the same conversation over and over again. We keep talking about this small minority of women because most Black women are not making that much. This is a small group. Most did not attend college. 60% did not attend college, but we don't focus on them. We focus on the few that did. Why do we do that? Because you want them. Obviously, you want them. If you,
But who wants them?
Where are you hearing that at?
Shane, the reason
do we not talk about this all the time? Do y'all not talk about women education? Oh, hypergamy. She can't. You can do it. If you look at the scale, most Black men are making more than Black women. Right now, when education is involved, it makes that a little different. But when you have the same education, you're more than likely making more than that woman. So just date them.
So Shan, so you're arguing this, but you're putting the cart before the horse. The reason why we're having this conversation because we just reacted to a chick complaining about it.
But we had the conversation all
right,
the time.
But it is because they keep complaining about it. They don't shut up.
Well, the thing, and I get what you guys are saying, but it's like it goes back down to the ones that are getting glorified. They're blowing up because they're saying these things. But there's a handful of rich women that do have options, or women that are with it do have options that don't carry themselves in the manner. The reason why this topic is up is because the topic itself is controversial, and it comes off as like it gives off this agenda that majority of women think this way, and we don't. It's just the one we like myself. I don't go out there. I don't go out there and like say all this stuff on podcasts. Like she's doing it because she wants some type of attention, clout. Maybe she does want a dude, can't get one, so she's expressing, or it doesn't matter. Whatever her motives are, most women don't think like that. It's just the ones that do get blown up and out of proportion in their topics because it went viral.
Yeah, but more of the women on the panel came to her defense than went against it. So
what defense was that? Can we clarify?
Yeah.
Because I never agree. I never when she stated
Callie, we didn't say you, but I just said
no. I know, not me.
And
but
two dropped off.
Well, those two.
Oh, I think that was probably before me or something.
Aisha probably had thing, and then Andrea, she always drops. But majority, I watched everyone carefully, especially when she said, "Oh, you don't need a man." Every woman on this panel shook their head because at the end of the day, we all know we do need a man. You men are freaking amazing. Why wouldn't we want you? Like, duh.
Let me just tell you this. I say this every time. Most average women are dating average men. These men have women, right? Y'all just want these women who are, I guess, to date. When you have women, you have them. They're in your class. That you have them to date. You just don't want to date them. Because when I walk outside, I see people who dating people that look like them, who in their class. Y'all dating people. Y'all ain't out here just sexless. Let's stop.
You know what, Shan? How about you do us a favor then?
I'm not doing nothing.
Hold on, wait. How about you do us a favor? Why don't you tell them women like the one in that video to shut the hell up so we don't have to?
We do.
There are videos of women who are not like her out there. We just choose those videos.
Why don't you read some of the comments from the women?
I want y'all to flood their comments and tell them, shut the hell up. We tired of hearing you rich bitches complaining about men. Shut the fuck up. We out here winning with our dudes. Just because you can't get the man that you want, I don't want to hear you complaining no more, so that we ain't got to come up here and do a goddamn show week in, week out, telling these goofy ass women you don't qualify.
Right.
Y'all just tell them they don't qualify.
Okay.
They ain't got to.
Okay.
And these women are influential. She got like over 600,000 followers on her Instagram. There's a lot of people who are listening to her. It does matter. That's influence. It does matter.
Because listen, this is why it doesn't matter. Because if you're saying that you don't mind her income, if a chick is rocking around with 35,000, she's gonna be happy that you got that 50,000. That is hypergamy. You just said you don't care about her income. Go to Mickey D's, go to Walmart, and that 50,000 is gonna carry you because you making more than her.
Sweeney. Yeah, I agree with you at first, Sweeney, but then I thought about it. We need those.
Shan sound like she made a point or something.
We 100% need those.
It's just almost 1 o'clock.
Because if they don't do that, how they make vetting so much easier for men. Like
I'm not saying
these women that not just her specifically, but the women who think like that, talk like that, or look up to those women, they show you the clip. Remember Goodfellas when he was like, why you chasing that man behind the $20? He's like, well, he ran off with my $20. And Sonny told him that's the cheapest $20 to get somebody out your life you will ever spend. You should be thankful that he ran off with that 20.
You know what?
You should be thankful.
I'm with
yourself a whole lot of
Nope. Hold on a second. So Marcus, wait, before you go, Sweeney, let me just get this out of here. Because Marcus, one of the main points that you continue to make is that women are very malleable, right?
That's true.
Right.
You're right.
So a woman with 600,000 followers has some influence on some malleable minds. And although it'll be easy to spot, it's also easy to create and perpetuate the issue. That's the problem.
That's true.
People who are not thinking like that are going to be indoctrinated by shit like this. So that's
true.
The problem.
That is true. But I also said masculinity knocks women back to their default setting when they get in the presence of it. So they be talking all that.
They don't qualify at that point.
Well,
but the thing is, when Ebony K. Williams came out and went viral, none of the women were trying to tell her to shut the hell up, like Sweeney said. None of them, they was praising that motherfucker. And then I think when she got in vitro or some shit like that, or artificial insemination, they were praising that too.
Like if women came in and told
what I say,
her,
what she do?
If when we was on the panel talking about this, you was like, when I said that she was just as bad as an abusive parent by intentionally having a child with somebody who was not going to be a father, intentionally robbing the child of a parent. Was you on my side or against me about this?
Which one?
Ebony K. Williams, when she went out and got artificially inseminated.
I don't agree with artificial insemination. I don't
Oh,
know.
okay, never mind then. That wasn't you.
That wasn't
Somebody else.
me.
I
be thinking if you doing something like it ain't natural.
Yeah, you know what? Let this we'll put it on the record. If we wouldn't have to talk about this shit to these women if women came in and shut that shit down. Like, that's you. Like, if y'all came out and started telling them women that's a you problem, we don't want to hear that. We don't care about your issues of finding a man because you out earn 90% of the men. We wouldn't have to say it. It'd already be ingrained. The women already cut her ass a new one. So if I'm willing to offer an olive branch on JR's behalf, we would never talk about that chick again. We will leave those women alone if y'all start cussing their ass highway to heaven, and we'll sit here and be silent.
So I don't care about who she decides to love. I do care about the part when she said that she's using somebody. I do have an issue with that. If that conversation she stated went another way, when you start manipulating people and using people, it's not for, that's what I have a problem with.
Well, no, I'm saying tell them to shut the hell up with they complaining. Just like we do the dudes who ain't got their shit together, or they out here, or they complain about women. Man, these women ain't doing it. We tell them shut the fuck up. Like, bro, nobody want to hear that bullshit. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but there are people that do that though. It's just not like I don't understand. Like, if you go in comments, you'll see certain women going
like, girl, bye.
Like I've seen, and yeah, you're right. There might be more of like the whole this, that, and the third, but that still doesn't discredit the woman that is actually still sticking up for the men. And that's what I say. It's like, you want us to stick up for you. We got you. Have our backs too, though, because we are the minority and we should be the majority. So let's start praising those women that will have your back and have your six, because at the end of the day, you guys say that not a lot of people do. So make the ones that do matter, make them count.
You don't think we do that?
So not really, not that I see.
We allow y'all to come in this space.
Anytime somebody's talking about that, you'll never see protect her at all costs and all of this extra shit all up and down the comments.
So wait, because let me just tell y'all this, and this is where, I started to like Amira son. This is not me bashing Amira. Okay, this is not a Amira bash.
This is bashing.
Because some of the things that she says, I kind of agree with. You know what I'm saying? But Amira be sitting here saying that, basically you can't be broke to be dating. Y'all be like, oh, protect. But if let a black woman say that, if they say the same thing going after a mate, y'all be like, oh, she a gold digger.
Was I not called a Disney princess, Mr. Marcus?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, if we were to do the same thing and say the same thing that she's saying, we are something else. We are gold diggers. We money chasing. We're her husband had to buy her a Bentley to even get a.
Yeah, but look what she's speaking from. She's speaking from a mouth that her tonsils haven't had cum stains on it. She's speaking from a virgin womb.
What?
But even from a virgin, so let me
it's
just
different. It's different when you haven't been tampered with by another man and say you can't be broke.
No. That's not.
That's true.
Hold on, wait. No. I'm not going with that one, Bruce. The difference is that when she says you shouldn't date a broke nigga, she's also telling women how they should behave as well.
Sure.
So that's the difference. So, but if you get a hyena up here who would champion Ebony K. Williams and her foolishness, and then at the same time say, men, ain't nobody dealing with no man that makes $50,000 a year, that's where a woman would get the smoke at. Versus Amira, she's saying, hey, we ain't fucking with no broke niggas, but ladies, this is how you have to behave when you're with your man.
So I agree with that. I think that a lot of women on this panel in particular, they don't disagree. Most women who love a man, who like to take care of their man. I don't know women who don't do that, because you shouldn't even want to live in a nasty house. You got to cook. I like cooking for my man. If I'm in love with you, I like cooking for you. I like to pamper my man. And most women that I know like giving to their man, right?
Yeah.
They didn't give it to every man, but to their man, they like to do those things, right? So I don't think that that's the problem. I think
They do them even if they don't like them. They have a level of submission on that the women in the West typically don't even subscribe to anymore. So whenever we hear women over here that have been battered and bruising by every Tom, Dick, and Harry during college, during their climb up the corporate ladders, see her yelling out how you got to be this and by that, it's different whenever we hear it from those type of women versus a woman who haven't been touched.
So most women at a certain age have not been touched, right? You're talking to older women now. But
What
let's
age?
say, so what I'm saying to you is,
What
I
age?
know a lot of, listen, there are a lot of women who have not been touched, okay? Now you
At what age?
them at your
Just
age.
give what typical age?
So listen to what I'm saying. She got married at a young age. So women at a young age have a higher chance of not being touched, right? The problem is we don't marry that early. We don't marry women that early on. So obviously when you keep living and you're in your 20s, you meet a guy, you trust him, and that's how it all starts, right? But there are a lot of women who were at the age that she was when she got married, who were still virgins, okay? And even if you're a virgin, you're not offered all that. Even if you go in with your virginity, that's not what all the things that she's offered.
But the thing about it, the difference is, even if you haven't been touched at all the way up to 18, let's say you haven't been touched all the way up to 19, and you said men are married, you're not even a wife. You're not even being raised or groomed into being a wife.
How do you know?
How do we know? Look at the numbers.
Look
at the society.
What do you so what is a wife to you? Name something that was your wife a wife when you met her?
Was my wife a wife when I met her? No, she was a single woman.
Okay. So did she learn the things that you needed her to learn to be a good wife?
Yeah, she did.
Okay. So anywhere it go, you can find.
She never yelled out, I had to be this. I couldn't be broke. I couldn't be that. I didn't have shit.
But not everyone. That's so what we're saying to you is a lot of people don't.
No, we're telling you that most women are doing it. Most women ain't got.
They're not, Sweeney. In your early 20s, there are more women. There are more young girls who are in their early 20s laid up with other 20-year-olds who ain't got nothing.
Darwin.
Okay, they're dating people who are the same boat they're in. When I go outside, I see young people dating young.
You're telling me that a 20-year-old girl is laid up with a 20-year-old man?
You tell me college students don't lay up with each other? They don't have boyfriends?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm talking about we're talking. We got it. Let me try to recenter it. You talked about a mirror saying you can't be broke, but then you made a comparison that if a black woman said there would be some pushback on her. Correct. But we can allow a mirror to come in this place and say that. My whole argument was that this woman is speaking she has virgin tonsils in her mouth.
So not everybody.
He has a virgin vagina.
Listen,
what I'm saying, it sounds different.
Everybody in college is just out here busting it wide open. They're just not. They're not.
What college were you talking about? At HBCU?
I went to an HBCU and I didn't have to my senior year. And if anybody who went
you didn't hear the head boy next door.
Tell you I give you a 500.
You had hold on. Let me ask you. You had a shared dorm?
Huh?
Did you have a shared dorm with another?
HBCUs don't let you share dorms.
What, you ain't have a shared dorm? Okay. Did you live next to another student?
Hmm? What did you just
She did have a roommate. He thought you meant shared dorm like
Oh, okay.
Did you have a roommate? Did you have a roommate?
I had a roommate.
Did she ever say, hey, can you go to the caf or can you go get something to eat for an hour or go to the library or something? I got my man coming over. It ain't never happened.
No, because my roommate, her man lived off campus, so she would just go to him. If that was, I'm talking about. So you said there's no woman. I'm telling you, I'm a woman who kept my virginity for a decent amount of time in college. I'm a woman.
What's a decent amount of time? What's a decent amount of time in college?
My senior year.
So you done bust it open on your senior year.
I did, and I could have helped it then. But yeah,
almost made it.
My senior year.
She almost made it. And then did you get a ring for it?
No. And Lord Jesus.
You wasn't even trying to
listen.
You probably wasn't even.
So here is a person who was dating somebody my senior year that I am glad that I did not marry, because and I was in love with him. You know,
Did you at least enjoy the sex though?
I thought he was a nice guy.
No, that's not what I asked.
There's your answer right there.
I'm
He was
not
a nice
answering
gentleman.
that question. I'm not answering that question. The point of the matter was,
But now
I
you,
was a virgin
but
for
now
a
you
very
see what I'm
long
saying.
time. I was a virgin for a very long time.
He was a very great person.
What I'm telling
There's
you
a lot of
is,
caps in the comments.
a lot of
They
your,
don't know. I don't care
leverage.
about people who they don't know me.
You lost a lot of your leverage when you didn't try to prioritize marriage. You weren't even thinking about marriage.
Listen,
you didn't even
at
think
that
he
point,
would be.
So no, I didn't. No. So let me just tell you this. I agree that there are things that I did wrong. I can take accountability for that. But I'm gonna tell you also that I do not regret that decision in not marrying him. Okay, I don't regret that. So if it's between me being shamed for being with him and not being married, and me marrying him, and I'll take the shame.
Well, the whole point of this conversation was,
at the end of the day, I was a virgin for most of my college, for most of being, and I went to a HBCU.
Hold on, I believe you. I believe you, Shan. You mean to tell me there wasn't nobody throughout your 4 years of college that didn't want to take you serious and wanted to marry you?
They did.
All right, let me get to these super chats, man.
so you could.
So hold on, wait. Before you get to the
I told
super
you,
chat,
I take account.
no. It's not about you. It's not about you. It's not about you. It's not about you taking accountability. It's just going against your argument. You're absolutely right. There are women that did that in college, and guess what? The men were checking for them and wanted to take them serious. There were men in line for them to be picked.
No. You're not listening to what I'm saying. My goal. So in college, my goal wasn't to get a man who could buy me a Bentley. My goal wasn't. I've never said I'm dating a man for money. I'm saying that these are the words that came out saying, "Oh, you've got to buy me something to get something." That's the difference.
No. I wasn't talking about that. No, I wasn't talking about that.
That's what my argument was when I said that I brought the situation up.
No, I was basically just pointing out that even those women who were withholding themselves, those women who were good women, there were men who were lining up to marry these women. They're still, if you're talking about the pick of the litter in college, these women holding on to themselves, they taking their life serious. The problem is, and I think this is the difference between Amira and a lot of our women, is that Amira culture prioritizes marriage over everything else.
Absolutely.
Whereas in our culture, it's not prioritized. Y'all aren't going into college and saying, "Let me find a husband by my senior year." Y'all going to college, y'all saying, "Let me find I'm gonna get me a good job, and then hopefully by 30, I'm gonna have me a boyfriend by 27, get married to him by 30, have a couple kids at around that age, and then like y'all push the family aspect. It comes second fiddle."
This is what we hear. This is what we hear. This is what we hear. Let me think about it.
No.
Nah, I'm good. Let me think about it.
The problem.
Nah, I'm good. That's all we hear the whole 4 years.
So, Sweeney, the problem too is the ratio is different. So the same issues that Trev was saying about how in life there are less guys who are there. You gotta remember the HBCU, the ratio was like 7-1. There were like 7 women to 1 guy at HBCU. And
really? Never been in no history of HBCU where the ratio of men and women was 7-1.
Oh, it's more than that now.
It ain't even more. It is not.
Yeah, buddy, go to Virginia State University.
Yes. Did you know that it's only 17? I was told, what I saw in a news thing was it was 17% Black African-American males at Howard right now. 17%. So yes, if you look up HBCUs, the percentage, the ratio is crazy. It's way more women than it is for there are guys.
The irony of the whole situation, Shan.
Go to school.
The irony of the whole situation, you had a man that wanted to take you serious and vet you up and wife you up, but you chose to bust it down on your senior year for a man that wasn't even worth you marrying.
Well,
That's
he
the irony of the
wasn't.
whole.
So let
So
me just say
when
this.
y'all was in college, y'all was looking for virgins to get in relationships with and marry Darwin and Sweeney.
Was we looking for
I
colleges?
didn't say shit about no damn virgins. I don't know
No,
what.
but my whole point about the virgin thing is that it sounds different whenever you're a woman who hasn't been touched, saying, "Hey, you got to have a certain amount of money." It sounds different because typically a woman who's virgin can make a case for that kind of argument, because typically those women traditionally require some type of dowry, or what did Amira call it? She called it something different than the dowry, mahar or some shit like that. I don't know. But I'm saying though, like when you can make the argument, you have the leverage and you have the power in your hand. A lot of black women, a lot of women in the Western side don't realize how much leverage they have when they have their purity, whenever they're actually coached and groomed to be a wife early on as a young woman. The peak value, all of that stuff coming in start to be diminished. It started diminishing based on the decisions you making moving towards your independency. And then you want to yell out, "Oh, you can't be this, you can't be that," and you got all these standards.
So what
You
I'm
just
saying right now, there's a 20-year-old who's probably a virgin in college, okay? And I'm pretty sure there are plenty of them who are not saying, "Oh, he's got to give me this, he's got to give me that." There are some, but there are plenty who don't say that. They're riding with that guy, whether they're going to med school together or they're doing whatever it is together. There are
you're
plenty
making
of
my
women
point.
who
You're making my
are
point. There's a lot of women it's some women who are virgin, but they're not using that as a leverage. They don't. A lot of women these days, young
most
women
women
that's in
aren't
college,
using it as a leverage.
they don't see that. They don't see their virginity and their purity as a flex, as a way to leverage what they want. That some I don't talk to a lot of women, and a lot of them, young women, feel like they weirdos because they ain't had no. They don't want to be down.
When we was in college, I remember women who were virgins, and I remember avoiding them. And I remember them being like seemingly anxious because I've heard them talk to their friends about they wanted to get that out the way so men would stop avoiding them in college. In my experience, from what I remember, I don't remember men in mass lining up looking for virgins. I remember getting up with the guys, and the first thing come out your mouth is, Trev, do we go to school together? No, right? Did you say where the blanks at? Was it? Could you throw that word
With a
in? Was
hose.
it
Yeah.
virgins or
With a
the
hose.
hoe? Where the hose?
Nobody wants to be a hoe either. A hoe.
With a hose at.
But the question isn't what, like, obviously when most dudes went into freshman year, you know what I mean? First of all, in the black community, neither one of us prioritized marriage in college. That's first and foremost. That's part of the problem.
That's part of the problem.
But we're talking about that's the problem that we have right now, is that's the reason why we got a bunch of women that make it out of college and don't have husbands, is because it's not being pushed as a priority. But if it was being pushed as a priority, the dudes who do want a wife when they graduate ain't saying where the hoes at. When they want a wife, they're not saying where the hoes at, man, so I can make one of them hoes my wife. They saying, oh man, where the chick that was in the library the whole time? Where the chick that was the one that wasn't out there the entire time? To Shan's credit, to Shan's. They were looking senior year when they was ready to settle down, they was looking for Shan. They wasn't
and let
looking
me just tell you how that plays a role. And if you're young, how that comes back. Because even let's just say you're dating somebody. I think one of the reasons why, because my guy now, we went to college together and he remembers that about me, right? When he goes back, he knows, and the guy who I did date didn't go to the school. So it's like, you know, that you ain't got to worry about, oh, she done slept with my homie or she done slept with.
You played it safe. You went on different campus to get buzzed down.
Well, I had my boyfriend was on another campus, yes. Because I told you the ratio at an HBCU is hella women.
Well, no, it's 63. It's 60 about 63% women, 60% women, 40% men. Howard is an outlier. That's crazy.
Well, I didn't. So in my school, and I remember in my school, at this time it was split 7-1.
The sad thing about all this is the term where the hoes at is not even necessary anymore. When I was a freshman in college, it used to be necessary because then you knew which women would give it up. But now, once I think I got to my sophomore year, junior year, it was just like you just had to have riz. and you could get just any girl you wanted. It wasn't no. Everybody was blended at that time. All of them dressed the same, act the same. They all did the same ass twitch and shake when they turned around to a certain dance. Don't let them play. What's that song by Juvenile?
He said,
Back that ass up.
Once they played that,
he said you ain't gotta ask where the hoes at because all of them was hoes.
You ain't had to ask no more.
Look, I used to dance on Back That Thing Up.
Even now, nobody asks. Nobody comes to say, "Yo, where the hoes at?" No, niggas. When niggas pull out, they just say, "Hey, let's go to the joint." They all of them there. It ain't no where they at. Let's just go where women are at. That's the thing. Now. It ain't no where the hoes at.
I have heard older men that are single say, "Where the wives? Or I'm looking for a wife. Do you know somebody?" It's changed after like 35.
It does change.
Now you gotta say where the wives at.
No, you gotta say,
we should make that a thing.
You ain't gotta ask where the hoes at no more because they all.
Y'all need to stop worrying about them. Y'all need to worry about the wives.
No, that's what he's saying though.
Where's the wives at?
You don't even have to ask no more because there's so many hoes out there.
Yeah, everywhere.
But now it's like, damn, but where the wives at? Because all like we see the hoes.
You guys be thinking everybody's in the streets, and that's not true.
See, back in the days, it used to be. Back in the days, it used to be. Man, I'm trying to find me a wife. I don't know. Now it's like, damn, I don't know if I'm ready to turn my cars in.
I will say that women have today.
Women
have devalued themselves by making themselves so accessible to men. And I think I really would wish they would stop.
You just better be glad Snapchat went around, Shan.
Why? I wasn't doing nothing.
See what see next time, Shan, when one of them ladies get up there.
Your man had a razor phone.
We had cameras back in the day.
You better be lucky you didn't have a razor phone.
We didn't have no damn social media like that.
They didn't have social media, but they had cameras. I said cameras.
No, I'm talking about cameras on the cell phone. You had that little black. What you had? Black Planet.
I listen. I've never dated. I didn't date men like that. I always had.
How old are you, Shane?
I always had an eye for a man with some class.
How old are you, Shane?
Shane was that freak?
Shane 52.
Shane was a what?
You wasn't that freak, nigga, was it, Shane?
I did go.
Oh damn! She old enough to go to Freaknik? Oh yeah, you. Hold on. So you graduated high school in like.
How you gonna just let that slip out?
96, I did. In 97, I went. But I was a virgin going to Freak.
She ain't had no damn social media when she was in high school and college.
And listen, let me just tell you this. And I still have the.
You didn't have a camera phone then.
And I still have the pictures. I was fully dressed.
They were still taking pictures with Polaroids.
You got the picture close by. Is the picture close by? You know where it's at?
I'll have to look for it. I'll find it for you, Marcus. Though
you was at Freaknik.
I did, but I didn't see. Let me just say this. Let me just say this. There were two different. When I went,
she didn't go to the Freaknik where it was Freaknik. She went to the Mouth.
Yeah, it was more college because we were going to the AUC. We didn't go like out in. And it was like college.
Oh, you was in Alabama? What, Atlanta? Where you was at?
I came to Atlanta. I was in school in Alabama, but
no, you went to Mardi Gras and all that too, then?
No, I've never been to Mardi Gras.
You been to the Foot Wash?
What is that?
The hell's the Foot Wash?
Over there in Tuscaloosa. No. You don't know about the Foot Wash down there?
No.
No Piggly Wiggly.
Hold on. You was at an HBCU? Did y'all have a pretty nasty party?
No.
You know, whenever they go to the club and everybody the guys wear boxers and briefs and the women wear lingerie.
You talking about like in what's the name of the movie?
House Party.
2 days? No. Oh, House Party. No, we didn't do that. We had a pajama jam.
Y'all had Thirsty Thursdays? Nah, that's a little past. That's a little too young for you. Yeah, that was my generation.
We were really not. We were not. Let me just tell you, the generations have gotten a little bit more raunchy than when we were. You know, our idea.
Bullshit.
Not really.
No.
They got the videos out now.
Freaknik is that's a totally different monster from what I experienced in college.
Y'all acting like it wasn't like Two Live Crew and Luke and all of that crazy shit going on. We talking about.
But you know what? Listen, let me just tell y'all about Two Live Crew, right? That was what we call jukebox music or music trunk music. It wasn't like a most of I grew up on R&B. You heard that, but you knew it was nasty music. It was like watching HBO after 10 o'clock. It wasn't like
You need
a
Cinemax.
normal
Did-
everyday. You listen to R&B most of the time.
Did y'all have this on? There's some hoes in the house. There's some hoes.
Oh yeah, well, that was that Baltimore music. Yeah.
Bald head scallywag. Your hair don't touch your back. Bald
No, that was
head
after me.
scallywag.
I think.
Bend
Yeah,
that
that's-
ass over,
that's-
let me hit it from the back. Let me
You
bang.
heard it? What's that song?
Let me
Hey,
bang.
hey,
Let me
hey,
bang.
hey,
Let me.
Have somebody
saying
hold
so?
you up.
What's
Have somebody hold you up. Oh man.
Yeah, I
Those
do
were
miss
the
the
days.
innocent. I'm so glad that I did it though. As far as how I maneuvered through college, because I'm hearing people's story. I never had a hot girl summer. I don't know what. I don't even know.
really?
Never. Swear on like yeah. I've never, because I've never wanted people touching me like that. Like I gotta like you. Like for people to sweat, even if you hug me after a race, that's sweat. Unless I love you or I like you like
You
that.
ain't never been to a sweat box? You ain't never been to a club where it's so packed? You know how them black clubs be
Shan, you ain't
overfilling
never sweat. You ain't never sweat your hair out at the club. Come
Don't
on
lie.
now, don't sit here and lie to us, man.
I have sweated my hair out at a
You
club.
was up in that, especially you went to an HBCU. I know y'all dorm room
They
parties
don't
was
pay.
off
They
the
you
chain.
pay the AC.
I know y'all dorm room parties was off the chain.
They
But
just
what I'm
it's all
saying
about
to
them
you,
clothes.
what I'm saying to you is, I've always been in that part of my life. For me, I don't knock anybody else, but for me, I've always been very picky as it relates to that.
Please take her goddamn. Damn man, we still live. Never mind. I'll tell you. I'll say it to you later, man.
The Will 499. As a husband, you can help your wife with grocery shopping or baby bags. Never carry her purse. If she tries to hand it to you, let it hit the floor. Power driver.
Agreed.
Sweeney. Mariah did disrespect him. She said she could be with a billionaire right now during the marriage. His self-esteem was destroyed. Ignate $5 says there's a reason a man's not supposed to move in with a woman. You're a patriarchy. You shouldn't apologize for that. Protect your manhood or be shamed. My mere thoughts. 499. Never let a woman tell you how to run a game. It's cap. LOL. Ignate. $2 Sweeney, you the man. Tell them what's up. AP. Damn, Callie, that wing didn't stand a chance.
That's why I be trying to do like this.
Harrison Davis, the big fella delegation sees through these lies these ladies are spitting, but salute. AP, KC, you know Warren Buffett is a baller as soon as you travel. You know the private jet company he owns.
Warren Buffett also polygynous.
Women would downplay a man's money the same way they downplay the ugly guy before cheating on you. Hey, Pete, $20 says, when you're out of town, Callie is drinking Jagger and Red Bull.
Jaeger.
And Red
Jaeger.
Bull is
A
drinking.
white wine spritzer.
He is having a white wine spritzer. Andrea's sipping
Not
some
the
Mad
bad
Dog red wine. And Shan, Scotch malt liquor. Good show, JR.
I like tequila.
Ronald with the
Oh, you're a tequila drinker.
AP, $2 says, oh, you should definitely drinking here. Sir Shy 87, $2. Absolutely agree with Callie on a prenup statement. A. This is the reason why we say women are confused. AP, KC, $100 to the show. If we can get an authentic smile, showing teeth ear to ear, so serious. I bet you have a lovely smile and a cute laugh.
She's being so serious, man.
$11, $10. Is anyone else getting upset about
like her.
Callie eating a full meal and not offering us any? AP.
Very poised.
And the way she demolished that wing was unnatural. The Will 499. When women actually love patriarchy, they love the structure and protection. Outside of that, they want to do whatever the hell they want. AP. Callie, you are frisky tonight. Men like it when your mouth is open. Yeah, I heard you.
No, she said that.
AP. Callie, you licking, stuck in a chicken bone, dry, risque comment.
Goodness, AP, you was.
Don't answer that. It's just an observation. Big Ant 11 $10 says, I need to talk to HR about Callie kicking innocent chicken wing ass on this platform. AP,
I ain't gonna catch
Callie,
that, man.
we get that chicken. Dave's off Beverly Grove and what's that word? Centinela? Where's that at? Where's
It must be somewhere where he
I
lives.
guess on the West Coast.
Mere Thoughts 199. Ty, you about to get these Applebee's 2 for $20 out of me, girl. Rays Anderson 499. The problem is men accept female hypergamy, i.e., attractive women equals tall men, has status, money, but modern women don't accept the opposite. Rich man equals multiple women. Roy, Little Page, $5. If you look up top tier men that get married after they already have money, you'll see the women look very similar.
And they actually don't get married.
Not to mention, even average men want multiple women.
Exactly.
E-board 199. KC face is crazy. I don't know who highlighted this. Must have been you. Who's this who highlighted this? You?
It was me highlighting they very sus segment. So all of those is some
Bro, I was not describing. Man,
I mean, you did want to play extra hard. Like, you was like, let me play. I want to play.
No, I was just trying to prove a point, bro. Come on, man. Stall me out, man.
Big guy 11.
Just playing with you, sweetie.
Pause, man.
Any man trouble, 12 honey barbecue wings and a 32 ounce, a cup of Kool-Aid, and a couple of wet wipes, and you in there.
Damn.
Bills 36 with the quadruple.
I'm on y'all fucking cap next week, bro. I ain't fucking.
Will 499 said, just go ahead and put the rainbow in your bio.
Oh, come on, man.
That's the most false-worthy combo I've ever heard of Lapeef Network. BKB7 says, sweetie, you gotta call yourself for the rest of the show after that.
Oh, y'all ain't shit, bro.
AJ 499 graduated from Morehouse because he was describing a man of his dreams. In 1998, it was 26 women to every man in Atlanta University Center. Sweeney, you're wrong on this one.
And that's Clark, Morehouse, Spelman. All those. That's the Atlanta Center.
Yeah, Simone. Y'all bring back my Grambling State University days. DJ So Lovely with the one I am. Darwin is a lusty, musty Christian.
Hold on. How's she gonna?
You smell good. I've been by him before. He smells like $1 million.
Look like it too. Hold on, but I gotta say something to DJ. She talking about me. When her eyes are so tired, one would think she's a recovering addict.
I didn't say nothing.
She look like a recovering addict. She looked like a recovering addict. When I look at her eyes, she looked like a recovering addict. Well, yeah, JR,
that's a pretty girl. She's a pretty girl.
DJ Grant, $2. AP, $2 in LA. Oh, he said it's in LA. So, a wonderful show and great moderator. And I'm so glad you're still doing your show all these years. Appreciate you.
Hey, let's can we plug the
She said don't talk about your mother like that.
We plug the show tomorrow, bro?
Yeah, go ahead.
DJ, that was a good one. That
Winnie joke was funny too.
Nah, no, it wasn't. That shit got no chuck.
You're gonna link though, JR. I don't know if I can post it. I'll put it in the back.
Why are y'all so let me ask you a question. Why are you guys, why does everything always turn into a sexual conversation? It's like what conversation always turn into a sexual conversation?
Who turned it into a sexual conversation?
I think that's
biology.
He left. Yeah.
Biology.
Callie turned it into a sexual conversation.
Hold on, Sweeney. We got to plug the link.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, man.
Damn, I thought you were gonna do it. I was coughing, man. I'm sick over there. But yeah. Anyways, man, we got a show tomorrow, Friday at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. Me and Sweeney.
You and Sweeney.
We're gonna launch a YouTube channel called Plead the Filth. And we're gonna kick it off.
Plead the what?
Plead the fifth.
Filth.
Oh, filth. Oh, yeah. Lord. It's like a male.
The link is in the description if y'all want to tune in. We're gonna do reaction videos. It's gonna be entertainment. We just want to try to bring some humor to the YouTube space, also intellect at the same time. We're gonna start by reacting page for page. It's a short book, but it's Shara Seven's Sprinkle How to Date a Provider and Avoid a Dusty.
Sprinkle.
So we are going to go through page by page to analyze that. We're going to be casting judgment on that. We do have a law book of what is it called?
Now I will say she has a lot of followers.
It's called the what's the name?
What's the book called? You have a book. We're gonna use it to analyze. We're gonna use it to sentence people for doing stupid stuff or whatever that we deem sentenciable or any crimes. We have a crimes and punishment book that we're gonna.
It's the official law book of Plead the Filth.
So I got a question, Sweeney. Okay, let me let you finish your advertising. I have a question for Sweeney.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. The advertising.
Sweeney, you're a barber, right?
Yes, I am.
Why you don't ever have your do-rag off?
Oh, because I should be doing some shit up there, man. When y'all see it when I'm fresh, I'm fresh. When I'm not, do rag.
You can't get your own hair.
No, I don't get my hair.
If you look at the thumbnail, if you look at the thumbnail on the
I don't
actual
get my hair
live show,
retwisted that often.
he got his do rag off.
Yeah.
If you go to the channel, you can see him with his do rag off.
Okay.
It's when you know what I mean. I don't get my hair retwisted that often. It'd be damn near. I get my hair retwisted on special occasions. I like to hold on to my hairline. So
I have never seen your hairline.
Really?
Only like 2-3 years. I never seen.
Right. It's like that same outfit.
Hold on, wait. There's a show that I did when I had my hair out. It's normally when I'm fresh up. When I'm fresh up, then I rock it. But outside of that, it's do rag.
It's okay.
But
DJ,
you know,
DJ said it's disappearing. Why does DJ got so much?
You have okay. So I don't know about. I don't think I've ever noticed.
Why does DJ got so much disdain for us, bro? Like just because we don't agree with her, she had to throw shots at us.
Yeah, Mills. Pause, nigga.
Yo, one day I'm gonna do my hair and actually put some makeup on and like I care.
I would take my do rag.
I ain't gonna lie, Shane. Right now, you look like bye, Felicia. That's what.
Bye, Felicia.
So, like, Shane, the crazy thing is, like, because I have a real, like, my hair doesn't lock up that easily. So when I get my hair retwisted, it don't last. My hair don't hold the locks at its root like that. So it get puffy real quick. So
I don't like to.
I get 3 days of use out of
my hair. That's the problem. Because, you know, when you start putting all that heat on your hair, you know, girls are getting their hair straightened all the time and they're curling. That's damaging to your hair, you know? So I try to stay away from it as much as possible. And unfortunately, this is the result, what you get. Wow.
You can't see the glory of my lion's mane in this small box. So in person, I keep it out, but on the panel, I keep it out.
Like, I probably won't get my hair retwisted for at least until my birthday.
So you mean to tell me you got like new growth?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like Bob Marley.
By the way, DJ, I don't go to the barbershop to get my hair cut. I just take I take the babyless T-liners and I just and then I got this other little thing that goes over the. See, DJ.
All right, this is
your thoughts,
this is from a couple of days ago.
You look so different.
And you know he's wearing a judge robe, right?
Oh yeah.
So the theme of our channel is me and Sweeney are two judges. He's got his gavel. He's got his gavel and his robe on. So we wanted to be able to set ourselves apart from other people who just react and give them something different. Because we don't want it to be like, well, I could just go watch Tim Pendle, or I can go watch MTR, and they're doing the same thing.
MTR.
And the funny thing is like, man, hey, look, I want y'all to have fun in the chat right along with us, man. Y'all can joke about us. DJ, I see you getting the joke saying. Like, that's what I want.
Like, I don't see her.
That's how I want the environment to be.
I see her.
Like, I'm so sick and tired of being so serious, y'all. Like,
yeah, so
if
you do joke about us and your YouTube handle is similar to your Instagram handle, don't be surprised if we pull up your Instagram page on live and start torching your ass.
You can put. Look, I'm gonna start posting more on mine. Yeah, I don't understand how people could just be taking pictures of themselves and posting all the time. Like, it just seems so awkward.
Is it going to be live?
Yeah.
Always.
Okay,
perfect.
You're getting the raw reaction.
We ain't never doing no fucking pre-recorded videos, all live. And
that's
then,
why I know, because he started off reading the book. When he started off reading the content of her book, And I was like, he was like, man, this would be a good idea to go to react to. I'm like, damn, you're right. Stop reading it because I want y'all to have my literal reaction to it. Because oftentimes I say the best shit when I'm reacting versus when I'm trying to prove.
I already subscribed to it, so
I appreciate it because I think you might be our first subscriber.
Cloud with a chance to me.
No, it was actually me.
No, you got some in there.
I'm about to make my own YouTube channel. All the
That's what I'm
skills out
talking
there.
about.
I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you on your dates from a female's perspective.
Here go the judge's joint.
I'm gonna help you land that girl.
Yeah, he's not gonna wear that shit though.
I'm not wearing that shit. It just
But
came.
what I will tell you though is we gonna have a particular time where we call in and we allow people to come up and they can pitch a problem or issue and we can walk them down it. Now I gotta warn you, if we find out you was the cause of the situation, we gonna cast judgment on your ass. Simple as that.
Don't be mean to him.
Huh?
It's still gonna be turned. It's gonna be turned.
It's gonna be turned up though. It's gonna be funny as hell. Everybody who's gonna come in there probably gonna be laughing like shit.
It's gonna be.
I appreciate you letting us do the plug, JR, for real. At the end of the show, ain't nobody on the channel on the live no more.
They here. They rewind. They go back and.
But if you do YouTube channel, Shan, what would you talk about?
I told you, I want people to find love. I'm gonna help the guy who can't get love. I just want to help them.
You got to put them on one of your friends.
Let me see your. Let me see your outfit, honey. Let me see it.
You're gonna do a.
Ask what this girl look like. Are we?
So you're gonna do a Kendra G type show?
Yeah, but I want it to be more private. Like I'll open it up, like maybe a Patreon, because I know people are shy about things.
Damn.
I'm not a person to put people on blast.
You trying to grow a Patreon
I want to honestly help people.
I've been debating about like reading The Way of the Superior Man on film and breaking each chapter down.
That'll be dope. That'll be dope.
Yeah.
Man.
Marcus is
what we hope happens if somebody, if the live does well when we're going over Shara Sevens' book, the hopes is that people have their own type of books that they authored and they request that we go over some of the chapters in it. Because I think in the description I put in there that if you are a writer, do you have any books published and you want us to review them or react to them, send us a link. I mean, it's gonna cost though. We're not gonna do this shit for free.
Y'all trying to do stuff for entertainment.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind doing a co-parenting. I think I'm an awesome co-parent. Like I need to give y'all some classes on how to co-parent. Because y'all keep having these babies and they parent, y'all pay the parents.
You know what'd be better? If you give classes on how people can avoid having to co-parent.
Well, wrapping it up, not having.
Who said your white tea seen better days?
Yo, DJ cooking you, bro.
DJ is cooking right now.
What's she? DJ
Okay, DJ. I gotta give her flowers on this. That shit is hilarious.
Bro, that shit is so corny. She said Darwin's white tea has seen better days. Man, y'all really laughing at that bullshit.
I don't even know what that means.
He's saying he got a cue ball head. Yeah.
Oh my God.
See, DJ, what DJ don't understand is I always had a habit of keeping my head and face moisturized really good. So I take my fingertips off of it, and it works as a lubricant when I want to get down.
What the hell is he talking about?
Yeah.
He got another pause moment.
I'm telling you, I got the
pause, bro.
No, this for women though, not come on, bro. Got the PM moisturizer.
You sound like the Pimp 760 with that one.
I think it's 720. I think you gave him 40 points. But I got the PM moisturizer, my nigga. Hit him with that tease. First of all, I'm sponsored by them. I can't be doing that. My bad. Sorry about that tease. Don't fire me. Alpha M, my bad.
I will say, let me just let you guys know. You guys, I love having conversation with you guys because I think that you are logical. You know, even
Thank
when
you,
you're
appreciate it.
trying to, even when you sometimes y'all just be trying to get a reaction. Deep down inside, you guys are some smart guys. And
Appreciate it. Thank you.
this is the reason why I like having these conversations.
I appreciate you. That's all I wanted. I thought DJ and other motherfuckers would do that shit. All the time we done spent on here, all of the knowledge and intellect we done shared in this space for them. You know, we didn't have to do this, man. I be giving them gems that a lot of the shit that we be saying as men on these panels, they can literally go and copy it down and go make a channel and copy our points, and they'll probably be making money on YouTube by just taking our points. And I wouldn't be mad. I'm like, go ahead, girl.
Now, I don't always agree with you, but it's a healthy debate.
Okay, now you just messed up the whole thing, Shane. God.
No, but it's good because you're not gonna always agree with people, but the debate it's just being able to talk to people who can think on a certain level and have a decent conversation, argue their points, even if you don't agree with them.
Hey, anytime Miss Live Your Life and Big Boss or DJ agree with you, you're saying something wrong.
Here's what I think they all the same person.
I swear up and down, I think they're all the same person.
She got three different accounts.
The one time they agreed with y'all was the time that y'all made the video.
Hey, look.
So I don't know. They might be.
They the same person, bro. They all the same motherfucker. It's one person behind the keyboard.
Like anytime, I ain't gonna lie to you. Anytime I see them three agree with me, I'll be like, I need to reevaluate what I just said. Maybe I said something wrong.
I swear, when I see that, and then I go look at the clips, I'm like, damn, they cussing there. Everybody else cussing me out. This is a dumb motherfucker. What the fuck was Bruiser talking about? I was like, yeah.
And then here comes DJ. You telling nothing but the truth. Oh shit.
Shout out to the ladies that be holding it down for me. I appreciate you. I see the comments.
I know how old JR is. How old are y'all? If you don't mind me asking.
Hold on, guess.
30.
Mark and Wayne go turn the pat back.
38.
So you can get a good look.
I ain't going by looks. I'm going by, just overall.
Hold on, you said you think I'm what?
How old are you?
How old you said I was?
37.
I'm 38. I'll be 39 this year.
Oh, I was almost boom shaka.
Damn,
how old are you, sweetie?
35.
Trev, 45. Hell no, yo.
Damn.
How old are you, sweetie?
35.
35.
So
I'm 48.
I think I'm the oldest.
Y'all are hell.
No, JR is the oldest.
I think I'm older than JR.
Man, bro, what?
JR, you're not older than JR.
Now, DJ, that's a funny.
Look very young for his age, for sure.
DJ Sweetie Dreads come with that do-rag. That was a good one.
I'm the oldest up here, 56.
Bro, don't give her credit for that. Somebody said that already.
I would never believe that.
No, in real life, I think I'm older than JR. Also, for real shit. JR ain't 56. He just be saying that. That man ain't 56.
I'm 50 and white. Come on now.
What year you came out?
You think I'm gonna say that if I ain't 56?
What year did you graduate high school?
I appreciate that. Like that compliment, man.
What year you graduate high school? Yeah, exactly.
How old you is, Marcus?
I'm 42 though.
Oh, I'm the oldest then. How old are you, Trev?
Damn, Shane, how old you is?
How old are you, Trev?
45.
How old you is, Shane?
46. About to be 47 next month. Next month.
Well, 11 years ago.
No, dead ass, Dory. I'm 42. September 27, 1983.
Damn. I love my age.
Damn.
They say Sweeney 48.
So it's Sweeney, then me, then everybody else.
There's nothing wrong with being 48. I mean, I'm almost 48.
Man.
35 for 2 years.
I appreciate it. I'm trying to stay young, looking as long as possible.
Yeah. Hey DJ, I had dropped a link for you to pull up.
Hey, life be life, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what do y'all think about tonight's show? Y'all think it was deep enough?
Hey, that's a funny one too. The
What'd you
do
say,
rag
Darwin?
19.
Y'all think tonight's show was all right? It was productive?
Hell no,
I
it
think
wasn't.
it was. I think that y'all was coming, oh girl, you know.
Casey.
Yeah, pretty strong.
You know, we had to initiate her, right?
Yeah, but I
Got
like
her initiation.
I like her.
She's
don't
too
think it
She's
was
a
that bad.
different. She's a different. You know, I think it's good to have different types of women up here because we're not
She
all
lucky.
the
She
same.
better be lucky she didn't come on this panel 2 years ago.
Oh.
Hmm.
I thought that the panel was good 2 years ago. I think he's had some good people.
Yeah, Casey
throughout the
had to
years,
get jumped
period.
in, bro.
Hey, if you can't hang, you better get out the game.
No way.
Get out
Hold
the
on,
game.
what was that? Don't be a menace?
What is that?
You don't remember? Don't be a
Don't
menace.
be a menace in South Central while drinking your juice in the hood.
Nobody ever says the whole thing, man.
Who?
I went to see that in the movie theater and I fell asleep. And I have not seen it
when it came out. You probably saw Vampire
Yes,
in
I was
Brooklyn
in
when it
middle
came out,
school.
too,
I was in middle school.
I did. Yeah, I saw that.
You saw Vampire in Brooklyn?
Yeah,
No,
when it came out.
I didn't see that one.
Y'all niggas saw the Sandlot when it came
boy,
out.
listen, these are the ones I saw in the movie theater. This is how old I am.
Bro,
People
I
understand.
saw
People understand.
E.T. when
I
it
saw
came
New
out.
Jack City
Gremlins
in the
when
movie
it came
theater.
out.
I saw Juice in the movie theater. I saw Menace to Society in the
You
movie
saw Jason's
theater.
lyric in the movie theater?
I did. It was
But
cool to
Jason
go see
Leary did
black
not
movies
make no
back in the
damn.
day.
Jason Leary did not make it to no damn movie theater. Nowhere
Oh,
in here.
maybe,
that
no,
he
I
had-
was thinking about Poetic Justice, not Poetic Justice. I was thinking about what's the one, Love Jones.
Did you see Set It Off when it came
I
out?
think I saw Jason's lyric in the movie
Yeah,
theater.
definitely.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely checking out Sinners this weekend.
Yo,
Oh,
like
me
I
too.
said,
I'm eager to see it too. Yeah.
E.T., the original Gremlins, all that
I
shit.
saw that, but I was a kid.
Oh, they got
I
that
was
coming
still
out?
Young.
No,
I was
I'm
like
just saying.
4
I
when
saw that
E.T.
when it
came
came
out.
out.
E.T. phone home. And
Yeah,
Gremlins,
yeah,
you pour
when
water
your
on
E.T.
them, they
Did you see,
multiply.
let me guess, you seen Tu Wong Fu too, did you?
No, I wasn't into
Nah, I ain't watched that bullshit.
Me neither.
I
That
ain't watched
fucking
that.
Brokeback Mountain, all that other
I
boy.
skipped that one. Yeah, I remember when it came out, but I skipped that.
I
one.
remember back in the day when
I was
you had
mad
to
at
see. Listen,
Wesley because he was my favorite, one of my favorites. Wesley
it was,
Snipes made that movie piss me off.
the thing I liked about growing up at the time I grew up, the things that were for adults, they kind of did try to do a good job at trying to separate it from kids. You know what I'm saying? Now it's just,
Bro, what the? She just becoming corny now.
Well, the one that blew me was Holiday Heart. I don't know if y'all saw that movie. I watched it. I was very disappointed in Vin Rhames.
I didn't see that. I used to watch all like the Freddy Kruegers, all of the
yeah, that was
Jasons,
crazy.
Poltergeist.
Vin Rhames had a bunch of Paul's movies, bro. It wasn't just
Yeah.
Holiday Heart. I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry. He had a pause moment in that movie.
Yeah, he do got a gang of them shot.
He got gang bang. He got gang bang in the basement in the movie or some shit like that. Didn't
I
he?
don't know what movie you're talking about.
What?
No, I think he was doing it to people though.
No, Pulp Fiction. He got
banged out. He
Oh,
had an
damn.
apple in his mouth or some shit. He what was it? What movie was that? Where he was it was a movie where he was fighting Wesley Snipes or some shit in the jail or some shit.
Undisputed.
Undisputed, yeah.
The second was better than the first one to me, bro.
Yeah.
The second Undisputed movie with Michael J. White.
Yeah.
The first one.
Y'all mess with Handmaid's Tale? You seen that show?
Who?
Nah.
Did y'all see Tales from the Crypt?
I did.
Yeah.
Bro, I was just looking for that TV show, bro.
I did.
I mean, not Tales from the Crypt, but Tales from the Hood.
Tales from the Dark Side?
Yeah, I saw that. I ain't like it.
That was before Tales from the
Hood.
Crypt.
Oh no, he's talking about the third one.
Of Tales from the Hood.
What
Tales from the Hood was a movie. It was like it was like the black version of Tales from the Crypt.
Leprechaun used to scare the shit out of me though.
Where's DJ?
But he reminds me so much of you. Hey, Darwin.
Here she go. Here she go.
Hey, y'all.
What up? What up? What up?
DJ came to get you, Darwin. You might as well
Let
drop
you
off
take
right
the
now.
camera down.
I'm gonna leave this rejected milk bread alone.
Damn.
Go ahead. What's your fake koozie bonnet?
What other movie was? I've been. Hey, you know what's real sus? But I ain't gonna hold you. It's a good movie, a good TV show.
What?
P Valley.
P Valley. Yeah, fuck that.
Valley
You know
is
what?
dope.
There was an episode I had to stop. Once that shit happened, I was
Yeah,
like,
all right, no more.
Yeah, that one. I was
off.
out, yo. I was out, yo. I was like, fuck.
No,
yeah.
black is the
Yeah, I
black
got
is the
that.
new something or some shit
My
like that.
Black is Beauty.
Orange is the New Black.
Yeah,
that was decent too.
Yeah,
That
they
new
got
interview with
whacked.
the
They got
vampire
whacked
was
after
real.
like the 4th season, bro. I couldn't watch that shit no more.
Did anybody watch Harlem? I always hear about it, but I never got a chance.
Godfather of Harlem.
Harlem
No,
with
that's another one. It's a woman show.
with
the
Megan
Harlem.
Good. It was like a TV.
Yeah.
It had like 2 seasons, and then they canceled it.
No, you know what TV show
Oh,
is
I
real
heard.
good?
I heard about one of them.
Have y'all
episodes.
watched Reasonable Doubt?
No.
Oh, I seen the first season that he was in jail for a murder he ain't commit.
Yeah.
Black
Oh,
people-
y'all gotta watch Reasonable Doubt. It's on Hulu.
Yeah.
It's kind of like if I had to compare it, it's kind of like the black version of Lincoln Lawyer. Black female lead. Michael Ealy was in that one. He was in the first season, and then they got Morris Chestnut in the second season. I can't remember the chick name. No, I think she might be a new actor, but yeah, that's
the Penguin is fire too. I don't know if y'all seen that. That show is real.
Yeah, somebody told me to watch that. I'm watching.
Tulsa King.
right
Tulsa
now.
King was dope too. Tulsa King was.
The new Black Mirror came out. Did y'all check them out?
I ain't gonna watch it yet. I ain't watched it
It's
yet.
only like 6 episodes though, but yeah,
Y'all
it's
watching the Oval?
okay.
Y'all like watching the Oval?
Nah.
The what?
No.
What about the craziest Tyler Perry show I ever seen when they got a cult?
Bro, I ain't never watching a Tyler Perry TV show again.
Hey, that show
I will never watch.
Ruthless is funny though. Ruthless is funny.
Is it a comedy or is it one of them dramas?
No, it's a drama, but it's
Nah,
not bad. It's not
it's-
like that.
you know, Nature Boy-
It's
Either
not
way,
like
it's
how
bad.
he normally do.
I know why
It's like
you
they
don't
made
want to
it-
watch.
That
made
dude,
I don't think
write a-
Tyler Perry likes black men or black women. I think something's
I
wrong.
It ain't even about that. That nigga can't write a script, man.
Yeah, it's too predictable. Ruthless is a little
Great
different. Though.
show.
You
I just
don't
watch
really know what's gonna happen.
I'll be watching all the shows. I fast forward through the gay scenes though. I ain't gonna hold you.
I will say, what's the dude from Key and Peele? Was it Peele? Jordan Peele? That dude is phenomenal with his ability to keep you from predicting his scenes or what's gonna happen.
Yeah, but sometimes it's a hit or miss. Sometimes he's good, sometimes.
You don't think what was the latest movie he had? Yeah, Keke Palmer in it, didn't he?
That Alien movie, that movie was kind of trash.
That movie was trash.
And
I heard
it was before that one I didn't like. Annabelle, Antebellum. I didn't like that. Antebellum was.
I didn't even watch Annabelle.
Yeah, it was.
I watched Us. I didn't like Us.
This is going to tell me a lot.
Us was cool.
Best movie of all time. This is going to tell me a lot about everybody.
Okay.
Probably a 3-way tie between Friday.
Best
Boomerang.
movie of all time.
It's gonna be different for everybody because I'm in the
Yeah,
Marvel
I'm a sports
Speaking of
movie fan.
Appeal, I like Get Out. I thought that was good.
I would say Avengers Endgame is one for me.
I like the original Gladiator.
Ooh,
The original
that's a good
Gladiator
one.
was dope. The original,
Very good.
Troy was a real good movie to me.
I like Paid in Full a whole lot.
Kind of trash.
I like Blue Hill Avenue. I like
Forrest Gump is one of the best scripts ever written. Honestly.
Jenny.
I like sports movies. So like Remember the Titans and Glory Road was two of my favorite sports movies.
What was that movie where the motherfucking
Attitude
planet was
Reflects
or the
Leadership.
meteor was gonna hit the earth or some shit?
Armageddon.
You talk
Yeah,
about
Armageddon was one of my favorite movies too.
Sudden Impact.
No, you talking about
Deep Impact. Yeah.
Deep Impact, yeah.
One of the underrated alien movies.
All
was
the
War of
movies.
the Worlds. Y'all ever seen War of the Worlds with Tom Cruise?
Oh, that was good.
I seen that.
Sandlot is in my top
That
5.
shit ended so goddamn stupid, man. I hated the ending of War of the Worlds.
Yeah, the
The
ending
Sandlot.
was horrible.
Motherfucker got bird flu. I'm like, what part of the game?
Hey, did y'all like the Black Box?
I'm gonna tell you right now, my number one
happened to
movie is fucking the Matrix.
No, I didn't like that one. I didn't like Black
You
Lives.
know they said the Matrix was really about Jesus, right?
I didn't like the Matrix.
That was part of the.
That was one of the hard, bro. When
It
the
was like
Matrix
it was
came out,
symbolic.
it was way. I swear, Matrix was like 10 years before its time. With all the CGI and all the other stuff that they had and
I didn't
animations
like
they had
it.
in it,
It was probably 20 years before its time.
it was like 20 years before its time. Matrix was so hard, bro. It was so hard to compete with that movie, bro.
Like the graphics in that movie is still is like, because you could tell like bad CGI, because all the bad CGI wind up on the Sci-Fi Channel.
What is your scariest movie?
Scariest? The Ring.
To me,
Scariest?
The Sinister. Oh my God, it was
Scariest was probably The Conjuring, or I think the second one was probably the
the
worst.
best
one.
scary movie. If you want a good story,
The Conjuring was,
but
yeah,
it's
yeah.
not predictable. Watch Sinister, the part 1.
Silence of the Lambs. Have you seen that?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't
What-
think it was that scary.
When I was a kid, I saw it in the basement by myself, and it
Oh,
was
the
on
old
VHS.
It. The,
yeah,
Put that on like network television.
It came in a 2-part series from the library.
You know what?
I'm telling you,
As
I'm
a
telling
kid,
you, any movie with a white girl with the black hair over her face fucked me up. Especially like when I was
The
a
Grudge.
kid. Yeah, all that, bro. I remember when, like, all right, so I remember when we was kids, right? We was in my grandmama's basement, and the Ring.
Candyman used to fucking terrify me, bro.
I actually used to be in them
used to
projects
mess
where they
me up.
filmed it.
I'm like,
Bloody Mary, all that shit, bro. Like,
What about the
Hey man,
original Exorcist?
We don't say those names around here, man. We black. You know, just volunteer that.
Did y'all ever go and say Candyman 3 times in the mirror though?
Man,
I did it in Cabrini. We did that shit.
Candyman.
Yeah, I used to do the Bloody Mary joint all
look,
the
he jumped off the screen.
time.
Darn, what's that behind
Nobody wants part 2.
you?
Nobody
Candyman.
wants